Days are here. You might be wondering how you can make some extra money. Well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a solution. They can help turn equity into cash in your pocket with a cash-out refinance. Reach out today for that free home health check. See if a cash-out refinance is right for you. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
You know, I'm interested, LT. I asked this to Roman, and I'd love you and Brown in our final thoughts to tell me, is there a team that you think Cincinnati reminds you of that Alabama has played? And maybe not just this year, maybe last year too. Is there a team that this team reminds you of?
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, Matt Corral is what Roman said is the closest one. He really said no, Corral, because of what he could do at quarterback compared to Desmond Ritter. And to me, you have to go back, and if Derek King was healthy, you could say Miami back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, this has been, Lance, an inconsistent team lately, though. They've had their struggles on offense. They kind of limped into that conference championship game. Not that Alabama hasn't. I mean, to be fair, Alabama, they struggled against LSU and they struggled against Auburn.
You say that, Brown, and look, and they did. They had their struggles, against Navy, and they had their struggles against Tulsa. But, against South Florida, bad team, they blew them out. SMU, pretty good team, completely crushed them. East Carolina should have been closer than the 22. But, then pretty much dominated a Houston team that's really, really good.
Yeah. So it was up and down. I mean, again, it's a little bit like Alabama, right, Lance? I mean, Alabama struggled badly against LSU. They were fantastic against Arkansas, struggled against Auburn, fantastic against Georgia.
Yeah, my three biggest takeaways, at least the impressive performances, what they did, to end the season against Houston. Say what you want about SMU, but SMU, coming into that game was an 8-2 team, and they held Tanner Mordecai to 66 passing yards. That's how good that pass defense is. And then to be up 17 at half on the road in South Bend, I'm telling you, this is a good Cincinnati team.
Yeah, that Notre Dame game was never really close, and Cincinnati got them from the get-go. SMU, whether they win the game or not, just limiting them scoring points. I mean, I expected them to win the game, but I expected it to be more like 48-35, not 48-14. So great point by you there to wrap up the show. Auburn and Houston coming up from Protective Stadium, sold out in Birmingham today. Should be a great scene. We're back immediately at the conclusion of that to do our post show today. So about 3 hours from now, back here on all the live feed video streams, and we'll react to Auburn and Houston 3 hours from now. Come join us then. Thanks to all our great sponsors from Dallas and everybody back in Birmingham. I'm Jim Dunaway with Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, who's off this week, Lunsford and Forrester. Thanks for being part of the next round on the road to the national championship. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Stay up to date with The Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
It's a hat kind of day out here in Dallas, Texas this morning as we wake up. Heavy skies. It rained early this morning. Luckily, everything out here at the college football playoffs is done on the inside, including practices. You'll see more of that coming up, what Alabama and Cincinnati did inside AT&T Stadium a little bit later on. Forrester has that dialed up. You'll see what it looks like inside the practice, and we'll hear from a ton of people with Alabama and Cincinnati and also from around college football. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, no Lance Taylor today. He's out under the weather a little bit. We have Scott Forrester, who's running everything audio and video, and then there's John Lunsford, who's playing double role in his technical aspect, and also in place of Rockstar, who is out on vacation this week. And we start, guys, and I'll bring Lunsford and Forrester into the conversation. Lunsford, did you have a good meal last night? Did you go out and do anything in Birmingham, or was it a quiet night at the house?
Yeah, we're also stuck in Birmingham, so no.
No, okay. Listen, don't go Dana Holgerson on me. There's a lot of great places to eat in Birmingham. I mean, that guy came out in a pissy mood after beating Auburn yesterday and started trashing our food scene. Are you kidding me?
He trashed the food scene too?
Yes.
No, I thought he was just complaining about the press conference.
He did that, went on and complained about the food scene in Birmingham.
What did he say about the food scene in Birmingham? The food scene in Birmingham is one of the, I was, to leave it to me to get offended when he started talking about food and not ripping the bowl game that our city host. But the Birmingham food scene is widely regarded as one of the fastest growing, best kept secrets in the entire country. What was he complaining about? What did he say?
You see what I did right there?
He didn't complain about.
I don't know if he complained about the food scene or not. I thought I saw.
Why would you do that?
I thought I saw somebody do a headline that he also complained about the food scene, which may have been an ironic tweet complaining about his after he complained about waiting and all of that. We'll let you hear from Dana Holgerson here in just a second, but we hoped you joined us yesterday reacting to the Auburn game. We were out on the beautiful sunny 79-degree patio yesterday, and I was telling you it's different here today. It is rainy, and we understand a lot of you folks back home will be dealing with severe weather. If you're in the state of Alabama watching us, or in Mississippi or in Tennessee, some severe lines moving through today. So stay weather aware as we roll through that. But last night you and I go out to dinner, and I thought we asked a good question. Aaron Suttles of The Athletic with us last night. We're sitting down to a good steak, and I think it was you that asked Aaron, man, what's this ticket going to be like? What's this ticket going to be like here? And to be honest with everybody, so far, I think today is the big arrival day for Alabama and Cincinnati fans. I think this is the day everybody starts rolling in.
Okay.
But so far, it's one of those big game, big city. Not a lot of Alabama, Cincinnati fans in the Big D yet. I think that changes today.
Well, the reason I asked that question was because I was speaking to somebody that was looking for tickets, and they told me they were going for $500 in the lower level. And I was like, there is no way this game is going for $500 in the lower level. I'm like, first of all, Alabama fans they're so accustomed to being in this situation that I don't know how many of them are going to come to this game and not wait and go to Indianapolis. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I mean, that's what we've always discussed with this is once you kind of get used to this, like I fully expect Michigan to outnumber Georgia fans about the same way Georgia fans outnumbered Alabama fans in the SEC championship game. Because if you're a Georgia fan, why spend all the money? I mean, Miami's nice this time of year, so that helps. But why spend all that money to go there when ultimately, if you lose the game, it's going to feel like money wasted? Your ultimate goal is to get to Indianapolis and watch your team play Alabama or Cincinnati. I'm going to save my money for that because I know that ticket's probably going to be steep.
Yeah, but I'm of that belief. I'm from that era that thinks, having your crowd there makes a difference in the game. I saw
It didn't in Bama, Georgia.
It didn't, but I felt like, that was an obstacle Alabama had to overcome, and they did a great job overcoming that. And some Alabama fans showed up. More could have stayed at home for that game because nobody gave Alabama a chance of winning that contest. It didn't help Auburn yesterday in the Birmingham Bowl either. It was Auburn all over protected
It did not.
stadium.
They had the whole stadium. Yeah,
it doesn't help. So maybe you're right, but I always feel like, me being at the game, if I'm a fan cheering, helps
Right.
my team, even if we're outnumbered. Just so the boys know we got a little something.
The boys.
The boys know we got a little something, a little orange and blue,
That's
a little
right.
green and gold, a little
That's
crimson
right.
and white.
Here to support the team.
Over in the corner, I feel like it just makes a little bit of a difference. I don't understand the not coming to the game if you can afford it coming to the game.
Well, I mean, I think that's
and
part
saving
of
your
it.
money. Yeah.
I think that's part of it is can you afford it? These are not cheap trips. These are not cheap games to go to. So, I think that's part of it. Jeremy says 500 is cheap for lower level for any kind of big game. Brown obviously doesn't go to many games. Brown obviously doesn't go to many games. That's what Purvis says.
You obviously don't buy a lot of big tickets.
Well, I don't. But $500, $500 for a semifinal game, Alabama Cincinnati. That is not normal.
Yeah.
I mean, lower level. I don't know if it's on the 58th row. Okay, but I mean, when I heard lower level, normally when people say lower level, that just means lower bowl. If they're going to say, it's a 50-yard line ticket for $500.
We've got an acquaintance that is trying to unload 7 tickets.
Well, I'm trying to get a price on 2 of those.
Yeah, I know. You're trying to buy them. You're
right for somebody.
It's always good having a good friend who the price is out there. Brown's waiting until the price drops on a friend of a friend at least. So you're a bargain shopper when it comes to the big games.
I do think, yes, I am. I do think Cincinnati fans, it's interesting because you would say, well, Cincinnati fans will gobble that up. Well, how many do they have at a home game? What's Nippert hold?
I always say about 40,000. I don't know for sure.
So if this game were being played in Cincinnati, they would probably sell 40 to 45,000 tickets if it were being played in Cincinnati. So how many of those people are going to come to Dallas? I mean, it's not like Cincinnati's got this massive fan base.
No, I fully expect 30 to 40,000 Cincinnati fans.
Well, that's what it would be in Cincinnati. Everybody that would go in Cincinnati is going to go in Dallas too. That doesn't make any sense.
I think more of them will go. You have
Why?
Cincinnati grads from all over the place that'll come to this game because they're finally in the playoffs. They're with the big boys. Are you kidding me? This is their chance to. I mean, they're on the stage. They don't get Herbstreit and Fowler. They get McDonough and Blackledge, but they're on the big stage. They got Laura Rutledge on the sidelines and Molly McGrath, I think.
Yeah.
So this is the big stage. I mean, since he's rolling with the tide, man, they're going to be here. Are you kidding me? I think Alabama fans will show up too. I just think today's the day they get here. They're going to arrive. It's been beautiful weather. They're going to
I know. They're going to hate it now.
Arrive on rainy Dallas. All right, we'll get to a reaction to the Auburn game. Wimp Sanderson's our first guest in the next segment, but right here off the top, we'll react to Auburn's game yesterday, much like we did in our post show. Another post show coming up tonight, a specialty show, a Cotton Bowl special, if you will. Tonight, 5 to 7 is the time, 5 to 7 this evening. Join us on all our video platforms as we break down some interesting aspects of the Cotton Bowl that we will not discuss over these 4 hours, and some special guests tonight as well. Make sure you make plans to join us 5 to 7. Our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing want to remind you, more storms blowing through tonight. We hope everybody's safe, but after the storms blow through, you always wonder, man, is my roof damaged? How's my roof holding up after storm after storm after storm? One man can answer that for you. His name is Greg. He's not a superhero, but boy, he'll make you feel like he has saved your life up there. Greg from Pell City. You can look him up on Facebook, or you can call this number and get an absolutely free, no-cost inspection of your roof with no obligation. Like Greg will give you an inspection, and sometimes you'll be like, well, I feel obligated to this guy. Don't feel obligated. You're going to want to go with Greg because he's the best in the business. Free, no-cost inspection, no obligation, but you'll choose Greg because he's A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies love him. I can't tell you how important that is. And he's locally owned. He's a local guy. He makes the calls for 20 years. 205-542-3531. Free no-cost inspection. Look him up, Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Storm Restoration Roofing. All right. Auburn loses to Houston yesterday. And, I'm upset afterwards from the outcome of the contest, worried for what the future looks like for Auburn. And then that's where I want to start, Brown, because I don't worry if I'm an Auburn fan about another loss. This season was 6-6. It wasn't going to be any better if it was 7-6, 6-7. Taking a Birmingham Bowl trophy back to the trophy case wasn't going to change the way I felt about this season. But I watched that yesterday, and my initial thoughts go directly to 2022. I played the future game watching that yesterday.
Okay.
And it's not exactly the team that will take the field against Mercer coming up next September, but it is a big chunk of it, and I want to know what your thoughts are on that.
What my thoughts are on is that the Auburn team we saw that will be
Auburn moving forward to 2022.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on Auburn moving forward now after the bowl game? I mean, getting into the X and O's of the outcome of that game is not as big as the future of Auburn.
Well, I mean, I think it's obvious if you watch that game, you could have not watched one play of Auburn football all year.
Right.
And you watched that game yesterday with the question you just asked in mind. Anybody in the world watching that game says, okay, well, what are they going to do about quarterback? Like if you said, I need you to sit down and watch this bowl game, Auburn's going to play Houston in the Birmingham Bowl, and I want you to look at this game just with an eye about this Auburn team for next year. You tell me what you're concerned about. Everybody watching it says, buddy, they got to fix that quarterback situation. That is not a good situation. Is that their guy? Is that the way he's played all year? And then you'd come back and say, well, when he's played, yeah, that's pretty much who he is.
And
I mean,
TJ Finley is inconsistent.
That's who he is.
Yep.
I mean, I think we've got a sample size. Now, look, guys can change, and Joe Burrow will forever be. And I'll tell you another guy that will forever be an example of this is Jalen Hurts. Joe Burrow and Jalen Hurts will be two of the biggest examples of this. Jalen Hurts was a fairly inefficient passer who, would roll out, throw it out of bounds. Dan Enos came to Tuscaloosa and helped change him. Now, Tua was playing in front of him, but he got better under him. Then he goes to plays for Lincoln Riley. He gets much better, and now he's at times a productive NFL quarterback, a guy they're talking about in Philadelphia they may continue in the future with. So, guys can change. Joe Burrow was a very average quarterback. He gets some really good personnel around him, gets a offensive coordinator that came with some unique ideas, and it changed his life. I mean, he became the number one draft pick. Now he's one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. So guys can change. But we've seen enough of TJ Finley. We've got a big enough sample size to know this is who TJ Finley is. What you saw yesterday in the Birmingham Bowl is TJ Finley. That was not bad TJ. It was not good TJ. That was normal TJ. It's what you're going to get out of TJ Finley. So no matter what else you do, if you're Brian Harsin, that is question number one, and you have to answer that before you can answer any other questions.
Yeah, I agree. There's no bigger question to me than who's going to play quarterback next year at Auburn. If I'm an Auburn fan, who's going to be the quarterback? Because I don't feel like you can do anything but go 6-6 again with TJ Finley at quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, I would agree. I think you're always going to be limited by your quarterback. If TJ Finley is your quarterback, you're always going to be limited by him. So, I mean, that is first and foremost, number one, the most important thing Brian Harsin has got to address with this Auburn squad is what do you look like under center for this upcoming football season? Now, how does he do that, Jim? I have no earthly idea because I don't know that he's done it in recruiting. I mean, again, as everybody was saying in the post game yesterday that we did, if D. Davis didn't play in that game yesterday, when are you ever going to play D. Davis? I mean, what are you waiting on? What would you be waiting on to get D. Davis in?
Yeah, it's not like you were saving a redshirt season, right? Had he played enough, he could have played in that game, right? I mean, I don't know.
Oh, no, he could have played, yeah.
Yeah, he was eligible to play in that game and not burn a year, but my goodness, you've got COVID years and everything.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that'd be the last thing I'd be worried about.
Yeah. I just, we were led to believe we were going to see D. Davis. We didn't. TJ Finley, I guess, had him in a position to win the game. Defense doesn't hold them late, but that defense I thought played great. That is, if you're looking for a positive for me for Auburn, is they were missing several veteran players, and then eventually Smoke Monday out there on the field, and that defense, the players that are coming back, showed me some signs of playing well. So I feel good about Derek Mason, and I feel good about that defense at least coming back for 2022 for Auburn. So Auburn loses. Here's Brian Harsin, cut to Lunsford. Harsin after the game talking about, just moving forward. No plan B. It's all about plan A and getting plan A right.
Nobody's gonna go in there and just hang their head and just say, well, this is just how it is. No, we're going to change it. We're going to fix it, and we're going to get better. At the end of the day, I mean, there is no plan B, right? There's plan A, and we're here to make this work. And we got a staff and a group of players that are all willing to do whatever it takes to make it work. So at the end of the day, that's it. And so, we'll be driven, we'll be motivated, whatever extra pressure that's not really going to be needed to be applied, because we already feel that. We want to win, and we want to be successful, and Auburn football should.
That's Brian Harsin afterwards, and so it's time to go to work. A lot of people now, it's the New Year holiday break and all that. But for Brian Harsin and his staff, it is time to go to work. The SEC now with another loss by Mississippi State last night, 0-4 to start the bowls. I can't remember an SEC season when we started 0-4 in bowl play. Interesting enough, the future of the Big 12, three of the four losses have been to future Big 12 teams. Houston is one, UCF is one, Texas Tech is a current member of the Big 12. They beat Mississippi State last night.
So the SEC Big 12 Challenge not going well right now?
Not going well. UAB beat future Big 12 member BYU.
That is correct.
So a little state pride there against the future of the Big 12. By the way, Alabama's opponent, future Big 12 member Cincinnati.
I don't get hung up. You know me. And I've had this stance for a long time before people start saying, oh, so when the SEC starts losing bowl games, they don't matter anymore. I think you'll back me up if people will trust you. If they're new to the show, I've said this forever. I don't get caught up in this conference is better than this conference because they won all their bowl games. If the SEC goes 13-0 in bowl games, now that would be a heck of an accomplishment. You'd have to give them that. But if the SEC has the best bowl record, when they do that little bowl challenge and show the conference bowl records, that doesn't, to me, tell you who's got the best conference in the country. That's determined throughout the course of the season, not in bowl season. There's so many things in bowls that are variables, and I'm not trying to diminish anybody's wins or whatever. So I'm not going to get hung up on the SEC going 0-4 to start this and say, oh, my God, the SEC is awful and things like that. I look at the smaller things like we're talking about, like, Auburn moving forward, whether they won that bowl game or not. If Auburn had held on and won yesterday, nobody leaves that game thinking, okay, I think TJ Finley's okay. It's a problem, right? I mean, I watched Mississippi State last night. Boy, that's disappointing. It is disappointing. It's not disappointing for the SEC. But if I'm Mike Leach, if I'm a Mississippi State fan, with Mike Leach, I'm like, man, I would like to have seen a little bit more out of my team last night. I mean, you just got run by an interim coach, a team that had to fire their coach midseason, and they absolutely embarrassed you, just undressed you on national TV. Doesn't mean the SEC's bad, but, I mean, look, they're 0-4. The record is what it is.
More bowl games happening tonight, and we will set the table. A lot coming up later on. We'll get LT to try to throw one out. But I did want to get to the Dana Holgerson comments, and we'll play it for you. This is part of the post game that you got yesterday with the Houston win over Auburn. Apparently, Brian Harsin. I mean, the media there. It's Alabama media covering the game for the most part, and Auburn is a big story in Alabama. And Brian Harsin, as it would be with Nick Saban's news conference, is going to go longer when you're in Auburn, Tuscaloosa, or Birmingham than the visiting coach. And in this case, I know it wasn't a road game, but he was visiting very close to Auburn and in the largest media market in the state for the Auburn Tigers, and that's Birmingham. And so the Harsin news conference went a little long, and Dana Holgerson's handlers had him outside the interview room waiting. And when he finally got to the podium, his opening statement was this. Cut 3, Lunsford, hit it, man.
All right. Coach, can you start with an opening statement, please?
Yeah, need to have separate press conferences during this. We won the game, and I'm just standing out there for 20 minutes. I don't quite understand that. I'd get that together.
Oh, good win, Coach. Thank you.
I'd get that together.
Yeah. Okay. Now, it's been a long time since I've gone to a normal bowl game. It's been since 2009 with Alabama and Auburn. I just go to the playoffs and to BCS championship games, and it's run by, all of these is a team of people. And I believe I remember this correctly. The protocol is always losing coach, winning coach, losing coach, winning coach. Everyone was like, well, they won the game. Winning coach is supposed to go first. I can't remember going to a normal bowl game. I don't know if that is the case in normal world, but in the world that we live in, it is trophy presentation, confetti on the field, back to the locker room while all that is going on. Right. Losing coach goes, and then winning coach comes on. Well, they had a bowl presentation on the field, yesterday, Brown.
That's right. They gave them the Bear Butt Trophy, right?
The Bear Butt Trophy. They gave it out yesterday. So it's just like a playoff or champion. There's a presentation going on in the field. Losing coach goes first. So to me, Dana, it's not on the Birmingham Bowl folks. It is on your folks getting you to the door too quick. You need to chill in the locker room and have yourself a Pepsi and a smile.
Well, I mean it was, I don't know why Dana Holgerson wanted to, to do what he did there, just to enjoy the win and move on. Yeah, you're right. I mean, normally in situations, so for instance, like Friday night or Friday afternoon, Alabama wins the game. They'll drop the confetti, even though it's the semifinals. It's always kind of weird that they make such a big deal about it, but they'll give the Cotton Bowl trophy. Saban will be up on the stand. They'll give an MVP. They'll say stuff to the crowd. The ESPN people will do an interview. They'll kick it to the Orange Bowl. And in all that time, the Cincinnati guys will be doing their press conference and move on. So it does work out that way. I don't know what happened here. Brian Harsin, I will say this. He could be a long answer guy. So I didn't pay attention to his press conference. So, maybe he just kind of drug on some answers and it didn't wrap as quick. I don't know. But it's a weird thing to get upset about, man.
Yeah. And apparently, according to people who were there, he yelled from the hallway, "Hurry up."
That's what I heard.
Yeah. I mean, that's Bobby Knight-esque to me back in the day with the great Bobby Knight.
Well, I will say this. It's one thing to get upset. But if you're berating people that are just doing their job, that's Bush League.
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
I hope that didn't happen.
Well, I mean, did you not hear that it did happen?
I did, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I hope it didn't.
But you heard it did.
I did, yeah.
Okay. Well, didn't it happen?
Well, I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't see it.
Yeah. But the people who got berated told you they got berated.
They
right?
did say that,
Okay.
that he was
First-hand account
that Holgerson was yelling at them, which is a punk move. And that's a low rent coach to do something like that. But if, that's the way he wants to operate, that's the way he can operate.
That's Dana Holgerson for you. Winning coach of the Birmingham Bowl. Got his trophy back by his pool, but yelling at people just trying to do their job at the Birmingham Bowl. Congratulations on the win. Welcome to Birmingham, coach. And he bashed the food scene on the way.
Don't start with me.
On the way out of town. Wimp Sanderson is coming up in a second. And we'll talk to Wimp. And later on in the show, who we got? We got Barrett Jones on the show today.
Yes, we do.
Yep, Barrett Jones. Talk a little bit while I look, see if I left the Pradco read up in the room. Who else is on
Barrett
the show?
Jones on the show. Todd Furman with all the numbers from the desert. That Pradco read, it's tough on you.
Yeah, don't go too fast because I got to find it.
I mean,
I found him.
That's great.
So who's on the show?
Todd Furman from the desert with all the numbers. Barrett Jones, the coach Wimp Sanderson.
Yep.
And Jim, it's brought to you in part by our good friends with Pradco Brands.
I wasn't prepared for that read, Brent.
Really?
Yeah.
You could not tell it. You covered it up well.
You got to be prepared for going outdoors, though, right? You still have time to make the outdoor enthusiast in your life really happy this holiday season. Save 40% with the Pradco Outdoor Brand Signature Hunting Holiday Bundle. I really should have this memorized by now. The bundle includes a trail camera, deer feeder, hand warmer, and scent elimination spray from your favorite hunting brands, Moultrie, Summit, and Decode by Code Blue. Purchase online via the Moultrie, Summit, or Code Blue websites. Offer ends December 31st. What I need you to do is go purchase one of these right now. Makes me feel good I didn't leave this up in the room right here. Moultrie, Summit, Code Blue websites. You get a great deal. You save 40%. They have free shipping on this too. Free shipping for you in all the bundles. Thank you, Pradco, for being with us this holiday season. Thank you, Moultrie. Thank you, Summit. Thank you, Code Blue. And thank you, all the outdoor enthusiasts who stay tuned to the next round. When we come back, if this guy's grumpy, imagine.
I'm not grumpy. Why am I grumpy?
Imagine the mood Wimp Sanderson's going to be in. He's next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hi, it's me, Electra. Being Birmingham's goddess of electricity, I know the Magic City didn't grow by magic. Its growth is powered by connections. Now that First Bank, a Southern bank known for great connections, opened in Homewood, you have legendary service and great digital banking to power your growth. If I could just connect with that big guy on the horizon.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmond Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
The Next Round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoff. Thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Hemp Hill Services, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day plus specialty shows every night. The college football playoffs on the Next Round.
All right, I've been teasing it for over a week now. Big basketball night in the state of Alabama. I mean, the national stage, as Paul points out, is the national college basketball stage is all in Alabama tonight. Two top 25 matchups tonight. 6 o'clock on ESPN2. You have unbeaten LSU coming to town to play 11-1 Auburn. Auburn's only lost to UConn. That's 6 o'clock tonight, ESPN2. So that's the number 16 team in the country versus the number 11 team in the country. And then over in Tuscaloosa, you've got number 14 Tennessee playing number 19 Alabama. Yes, these are SEC games. We're starting SEC games before New Year's to squeeze everything in. You know, with the Big 12 SEC Challenge now, this is the sort of a little expansion of the SEC schedule. So a December SEC game, and they're great ones tonight. So a big night for basketball right here in town as well.
And the Coach William Sanderson loves talking some college basketball. He joins us on the Pepsi Hotline, presented by our friends at the Rental Works division of Crane Works each week. Welcome in, Coach. How are you today?
Well, I'm doing fine. I noticed where Jim said that Dana was, Hogelson was kind of act like Bobby Knight. I knew he'd put a basketball coach in there.
That's right.
Instead of another football guy.
Well, I couldn't. I mean, Bobby Knight.
I think Bobby's got a history of this.
I talked to Bobby the other night.
Oh, did you?
How's he doing?
Yeah, not good.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Congratulations. The Dolphins won a game because the other team didn't have a quarterback.
We'll take them any way we can, Coach. Any way we can. Did you ever give a win back because the point guard was out?
I don't think I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll keep that Dolphins win then.
Hey, but we do have some good basketball games tonight. Wimp.
We
Let's
sure
start,
do, and I'll tell you what I will do. You've already got my blue plate. I'll mention it again. I will give you the 4 winners tonight.
4 winners tonight of 4 SEC games, or
the 4 SEC games. Ole Miss, and Florida not going to play. It's been postponed.
Yeah.
Right.
But I will give you the 4 winners of Arkansas State, Auburn, LSU, Alabama, Tennessee, and Kentucky, Missouri.
Okay. Well, let's start with the
Not now.
Not now. Okay.
Not now. I don't want to do it now.
Were you going to do it at the end of the interview?
Yeah, at the end.
Okay.
All right. We'll save time for that.
Okay.
Yes,
Let's then break down the games a little bit first. Auburn and LSU. I know LSU's unbeaten, but that Auburn arena is a tough place to play. And Wade, and their last game before the Christmas break, hinted that even though we just won this game out here, if we play like this, we're going to lose at Auburn. He even though 12-0, he doesn't think his guys are playing their best basketball. I sort of agree with him. I think this Auburn team matches up really well with LSU. What do you think of Auburn and LSU tonight? Give me something.
Well, we'll go ahead.
We'll
go ahead and mention those games as they go. I think Auburn wins. Auburn's got they're big and strong and physical with the 2 big kids. They're shooting the basketball a little bit better from outside than they did earlier in the year, and defensively they're very good. Secondly, LSU has not played anybody. I don't know a lot about them. They're going to have Auburn tonight, and they go to then they have Kentucky at home in the next game. So they're allowed to start this thing 0-2. But I would say that Auburn wins the basketball game. Very hard to play down there, but they're very skilled. And when you're good defensively at home, you force a lot of turnovers and you get a lot of cheap baskets. So if you're not shooting the basketball well outside, you're still going to get you're going to get some cheap baskets, and I think you win the game.
Jabari Smith is so big.
Boy, good too.
and he can shoot outside when you're 6'10-ish, 6'11", that kind of size, 6'9", and you can play the perimeter, handle the basketball, and play inside back to the basket. How difficult is that? What does that do when you're trying to defend a guy like that? How do you stop him?
Well, you don't to some extent. It's just according to what kind of threes he shoots. If he shoots good threes, he's going to make a bunch. If he tries to force it because it's the first SEC game and he's interested in the draft and those kinds of things, his 3-point shooting may not be quite as good because it may not be a real good 3. I think he is a good 3-point shooter. I think he's a guy that talks a little bit too much on the court, I think, but he's very, very skilled. A big kid from North Carolina can come in and rebound for him, and the kid from Georgia's a good shooter. So Auburn's got it right this minute. The two teams that are playing the best basketball in the SEC are Kentucky and Auburn. Now, Kentucky has come a long way. They've improved a great deal, and I think they're going to be a lot tougher as the season goes along. So, but I say those two, and then right behind them, I would say Alabama. Arkansas is not playing quite as well as everybody thought they would. They're not real big and strong. Got that one big kid, but I would say that behind those two would probably be Alabama. Florida, I'm not sure about, and LSU, I'm not sure about either.
The Coach Wimp Sanderson is with us on the Pepsi Hotline. He joins us each week, courtesy of the Rental Works division of Crane Works. And since the Davidson game, where Alabama had the loss in Birmingham, and Nate Oates said he hoped his team, started to take a defense more seriously. What can you do in that short amount of time to fix that? Do you think he's been able to do anything?
Well, I think so. What happens in that game, and I kind of misconstrued things the other day. I think it's hard to get ready for a team that plays like Davidson in one day. They do a lot of things offensively away from the ball, end up with good 3-point shooters. They shoot the basketball well. And it's a little bit difficult to convince your kids because you've got to change. You've got Colorado State's not coming in. They don't think Davidson's any good. Davidson's really good. I played them a couple of times when I was coaching. They were hard, difficult, and I think your defense will be. They probably worked very, very hard on it, and they're probably going to be a lot better against this Tennessee team. So I don't. it was just a game where I guess they were ready to play. I didn't get to see the game. My television went out, and I didn't get there. So, but from basically what I watched on a little bit on part of it, it was a deal where they just did a great job shooting the ball. And Alabama didn't get to them and made some defensive mistakes. But I think Alabama will be okay. I don't know how Tennessee will be. Tennessee shoots the ball well sometimes, and sometimes they struggle with it.
How many wins do you think it will take to win the conference this year? Regular season. What did Alabama have last year? 14? Was it 14 regular season wins?
Seems like it, yeah.
I mean, how many wins will it take?
I think probably 13-3. I mean, how many games?
That's good. I mean,
I said we got 18 games, don't we?
Better math.
Yeah, probably 14-4. 13-5.
Okay, so about the same, because you're just talking about, the best teams are Auburn and Kentucky. You look, I mean, this is such a good conference. I just wondered, how much this conference will beat up on each other.
Well, the league is good, and the league has been noted by people not like me, people that know and keep up with all of it, that how good the league is. I think the league is very, very good. I think it's I don't want to use the word bad, but a little bit soft at the bottom.
Right.
16-2 last year for Alabama. 16-2. So that was quite a year last year. But your point is,
I think, and I don't want to take anything away from Alabama, but I think because they did it, nobody else could. A little bit different when you don't have fans in the seats. When you go to Kentucky and those kinds of places, it's a little bit not easier, but I guess it is a little bit easier. You have a little bit better chance. The whistle's a little bit different too with officials. So I think, even though we're going through another problem now, I still think the fans will be there tonight and the rest of the time.
Yeah, Wimp Sanderson is with us on the Pepsi hotline. Did you make an Alabama-Tennessee pick there, and I missed it? Do you
No, I haven't.
A winner?
I will. I'll pick Alabama in that game. I think Alabama.
All right, so he's got Alabama. So you've picked Auburn and Alabama.
Yeah, Auburn and Alabama, and I'll go with the other two. Kentucky will beat Missouri. And even though I have said Arkansas is struggling, this will be the one game that I'm not quite sure about, but I'll pick Arkansas to beat Mississippi State at State. State is a little bit up and down. Also, there'll be games tonight where the students won't be there, which is certainly an effect on home court advantage, especially if you are at State and you haven't been doing real well and you hadn't been drawing real well. So I think Arkansas beats Mississippi State. So those are the four teams I think that will win tonight. Now you start back playing again on the 4th. So Alabama will go to Florida, and Auburn will go to South Carolina, I believe, on the 4th.
Do you like having this SEC game squeezed in right here between Christmas and New Year's Day? Because this is sort of
not
new.
really. Not really. I always wanted my games when the students were going to be there.
Right.
I like for the students to be there and for the home court advantage to be in my favor, of course. And so, yeah, I liked it better like that. And I don't particularly care for it right on top of football. I mean, y'all are very busy talking about when you should be, the football season, and basketball has kind of stuck its nose in there. But I guess that's the way they did things, and so we'll see what happens. But I'd prefer to probably have it when the students weren't there.
He is the coach, Wimp Sanderson. He is on the Pepsi hotline, joins us each week courtesy of the Rental Works division of Crane Works. Let's talk about the national championship game, or excuse me, the college football semifinal game here at the Cotton Bowl. One of our this bowl game, I thought about you this morning, actually, Coach, up in the hotel room. One of the channels here at our hotel is just dedicated to the history of the Cotton Bowl, and they're just rolling all these old Cotton Bowls. This was a big deal for Alabama to come to this game back in the day, wasn't it? I mean, Bear Bryant in Alabama, you wanted to go to the Sugar Bowl, obviously, but the Cotton Bowl, this is a heck of a history.
Yeah, it sure is. The Cotton Bowl's got great history. Great. It's no doubt about it. And for all those people that criticize coaches all the time, you don't have a better offensive coordinator than Bill O'Brien. This guy is absolutely. If you listen to his interview, and if you're not impressed with that, then you don't know much. And he does a very good job in what I have read, talking about the quarterback, talking about how good Bryce is and what he does, and his enjoyment of being there, and things weren't changed much, even though that he had to stay away from the team some, and how glad Bryce was to see him get back, and be part of the team. So I think that was huge. He did a very good job in his interview, and I think he's done an excellent job. When you go in and you coach a football team that's lost all of their major weapons, the wideouts, the quarterback, everything just about, and you do what they have done, and whether you want to argue whether they should have passed it on the goal line at A&M, you have to remember. I don't think fans do. The defense dictates what you do offensively, and you try to do as good a job as you can to read the defense, to know the defense, to have an idea what they're going to do defensively on the next play, and you run stuff that defense dictates that you run that stuff. And I think sometimes we get to going on these coaches, and they pretty much know what they're doing. John Madden passed away yesterday. I wanted to mention that before you got off.
Mention something about Coach John Madden. Did you know him?
No, I did not, but I kept up with him a lot because he's a big, strong, physical guy with a big smile on his face and knew the game and worked very hard and, became one of the winningest coaches ever. I heard Snake Staber say something about him, and bad deal for him. He's 85 years of age, and he's was a terrific, terrific person.
He was a heck of a football coach. I think my generation remembers him more for his broadcasting.
Right.
But and maybe we undervalue him as a coach. I saw this morning his record against Hall of Fame coaches he faced. He had a 65% win percentage against coaches that he faced that are now on the NFL and the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Well, Wimp, I cheered for him. I cheered for the Raiders because Kenny was the quarterback, right? And they always had that late afternoon game. But if it wasn't for those great Steeler teams, he always ran into those great Steeler teams. They were the ones that were always and them and the Dolphins. When Dolphins, when it was Don Shula, the 72, 73, and then those great Steelers teams, oftentimes it was John Madden's Raiders were the second best team in the AFC, maybe the second best team in the NFL every year, it seemed like.
Tonight's game, not tonight's game, pardon me, the Cincinnati-Alabama game, all the getting ready for the game is on Cincinnati's side. They're the ones that they're most excited about playing because they feel like they have a chance to win. The only problem you have with Alabama, I don't think it's a problem, is that they have to be ready to play. And I assume from their press conferences that they're pretty much ready to play, but they need to be not just in talk only, but be ready to play the whole time. Cincinnati's good. I don't know how good they are. I can't tell. But I do think that the psychology or whatever you want to say, the ready to play stuff is on Cincinnati's side a little bit more. I think they're so excited to be there, and they've got a good team, but they have a great team. I'm not sure. And on the other game, I think it's hard to tell. It's Georgia is a team that's not real good in pass defense. Michigan's a team that's not going to throw it much, which hurts them some. So, I think it was a line 7 on that game.
Yeah, about 7.5. I haven't looked this morning.
I still kind of think Georgia wins. I don't know. They've got this virus deal going. I don't know how bad that is. Nobody knows, but. And I'm not trying to predict the game, but I still think that Georgia's good enough. Although the league hasn't done real well to start with, we've got 7 more games to play. So we'll see.
All right, he is the coach, Wimp Sanderson. He joins us each week on the Pepsi Hotline, courtesy of the Rental Works division of Crane Works, Coach.
Well, Rental Works' division of Crane Works has all equipment you need for DIY projects, from chainsaws to skid steers. They have it all, and David Upton has an expert team of salesmen and equipment operators to help with every project. So give them a call, or just absolutely get on the internet and look at craneworks.com. You guys have a good New Year's, and I'll talk to you next week.
All right, Coach. Love you.
All right, love y'all. Bye-bye.
Bye. That's the Coach Wimp Sanderson with us on the Pepsi Hotline. He joins us each week there. Hey, a reminder, the Tom Beckby people were in search of great-looking outdoor clothing that looked great in the city as well, in the office. Couldn't find what they wanted. So back in 2015, they made their first jacket out of time-tested rugged materials. It's a whole line of outdoor clothing now. Tom Beckby store in Mount Brook Village is where you find it, or online, tombeckby.com. That's BECKBE, tombeckby.com. or the Tom Begbie store in Mountain Brook Village.
All right, we roll on. When we come back, we'll jump back into the conversation about what we saw yesterday with Auburn and the future of Auburn. You guys are reacting to that in the Farmfolio chat room, and Alabama and Cincinnati. We'll take you inside their practices as we move on. Our next guest is Barrett Jones, coming up in hour 3 at 11 o'clock. Fired up and ready to go. Cotton Bowl time over in the Big D, Dallas, Texas. The next round on the road, and we continue after this.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Find your next set of Michelin tires at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention next round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover, and coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
With you live from Dallas, Texas. The Next Round guys on the road, our Cotton Bowl Road Show today. Don't forget our specialty show later tonight, a little special programming 5 to 7, casual chat with all of you guys out in the Farmfolio chat room. You can join us then tonight, 5 to 7, or all our platforms as well. We'll have a cocktail out on the patio, hopefully, and the weather clears. You don't think the weather's going to? I think it's going through a fast system. And I think
watched that this morning on the local.
I think are we on the 8s right now? Can I go local on the 8s?
Sure.
Fast moving system that's on. This is the backside of it, and it's going to be stormy all through Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama later tonight.
All right, Jim. Thank you.
Be weather aware.
Let's go to traffic.
That forecast brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. When it's time to clean up the weather and a lot more, call Hemp Hill.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good idea to do that, Jimmy D. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, flushing right, disaster could strike at any moment. We trust Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill Services to fix it right and fix it the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and at a fair price.
All right.
For all your plumbing, Jim, you've done the weather. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Back over to you at the desk, Jim.
All right. We'll give you that Farmfolio chat room, what you guys are talking about in just a second. But developing news, our buddy Matt Zenitz, who used to work at AL.com, now at On3 Sports. What's he telling us today?
Lane Kiffin is hiring Charlie Weiss Jr.
Reunited
as offensive coordinator to replace Jeff Lebby. You know, it was interesting. Charlie Weiss Jr., when Kiffin, he was obviously a GA at Alabama, a GA analyst, whatever, at Alabama. Went with Kiffin to FAU, and I remember when he was hired at FAU, somebody, and I wish I could remember who it was.
Charlie Weiss Sr.
No.
It was.
It was not Charlie Weiss Sr. You don't even know what I'm about to say.
He's one of the smartest minds, young minds.
His dad would not have said that about his son.
Every dad says that
well,
about
of
their
course,
son.
but I want an NFL analyst that I respect, and I'm trying to remember who it was.
Chris Mortensen?
No, I don't think it was Moore that said it.
Adam Schefter?
All right, you're not going to help me by calling names out. So, it said that he is the smartest offensive mind he had ever met. And Charlie Weiss Jr. in a lot of ways has disappeared since then. He's been at South Florida, and honestly, I'd almost forgotten about the guy.
Yep.
But Kiffin's bringing him back, and he's going to be the offensive coordinator replacing Jeff Lebby. So that'll be interesting to watch.
Farmfolio chat room. Tell us about Farmfolio, and I'll get into what Deborah and others are saying there this morning as we involve you guys to the top of the hour. And you can always jump in the Farmfolio chat room on our video streams or at Next Round Live on Twitter.
If you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
Differing views. Deborah, one of our great female listeners, Auburn has more issues than just at quarterback. Meanwhile, Blake says this team really isn't that far away with a decent quarterback. So two people looking at the same thing,
different
and
ways.
Two different opinions there. Back to the Auburn situation. I don't know how good everyone else is until you get a different quarterback or TJ Finley improves. Then I don't know how good you can be. TJ Finley does go to social media last night. Time to get better is the tweet he sends out with the theme of time to go to work for him. Other people like who is it in the Farmfolio chat room giving us a great example of other players who sort of came along later in life. Tony says John Parker Wilson, another late developing quarterback that up through 2007, John Parker Wilson was and inconsistent. 2008, really good quarterback and led the team to the SEC championship game.
Yeah, I mean, I think John Parker Wilson developed and got better. And 2008 was by far and away his best year. One thing that helped that was some added weapons. I mean, do you remember him throwing to a guy named Julio Jones? That probably helps you a little bit, right? Yep. And TJ Finley, look, I mean, I think you've got some guys at Auburn that could develop into good receivers. I think Kobe Hudson is that type of guy. Shedrick Jackson has shown flashes at times. So, I mean, you can have some good receivers. I just don't know an Auburn fan that I don't know one. I'm not saying they don't exist. I don't know one that feels confident that he's going to be able to make that jump. The TJ Finley is going to be able to make that jump. I think Auburn fans want want Auburn to be active in the transfer portal for a quarterback, and a lot of them I've talked to fear that they might have waited too late.
Yeah, I mean, we talked that yesterday in our instant reaction show. That who's left out there? I mean, is Harrison Bailey going to excite you? Who else is out there that's still floating?
Connor Basilick?
Yeah, Connor Basilick, is he going to excite you from Missouri? I mean,
Well, I think you feel like he's an upgrade. I mean, that's what we talked about yesterday. A lot of these guys are an upgrade, but are they exciting to you? I mean, I
24/7 has a good list of portal quarterbacks and stuff. I'll go in the commercial break and if you'll grab me a new Dr. Pepper, 0 from the room, I will do a list of who is still available out there, and you tell me which quarterback you want for all.
Okay, that's a good trade. I get to walk 2 city blocks to get you a diet Dr. Pepper, and you're going to surf the internet.
That's exactly.
Is that the way that went?
We can do it the other way if you want. I can go get you a diet Dr. Pepper.
No, I could
We
probably
can
use
flip
one
it
too.
around. Be honest right now. Were you happy with the steak restaurant?
Yeah, it was a very good. It was a really cool place. Why were you asking me that right now?
Well, because I mean, usually you're raving about dinners or things we do on the town, and you haven't really given me a lot about last night. Tell me about last night, Brown. What did you think of the
We
meal?
went to a place I'd never been. It was called Town Hearth, which is a place the locals say you got to go. Don't go to a tourist trap. Go to this place. It does not look like anything on the outside, which excited me.
No window.
No windows. Which, I think my dad told me one time when I was a kid, if there's a building with no windows, never trust it.
Yeah.
And
Chandeliers everywhere.
Chandeliers everywhere. Trophies. It was a really interesting atmosphere and a fantastic steak. It was a great meal, Jim.
Yep. Started off with a nice meatball appetizer.
Yep.
I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, Wagyu meatballs. Yeah, really good.
It was a good meal. I enjoyed it. My cocktail choice wasn't very good.
No, I liked it. Copied it. It sounded so good when you ordered it. I said, "Bring me one." It was very good.
It had a little bubble into it. I didn't like
bubble?
it too much. Yeah, it was just
Really?
a little fizz in it.
Oh, I liked it.
Yeah, it was called Summer in Dallas. not the manliest name ever.
I don't care about that. I just want something that tastes good. It tasted good.
Lunsford, Aaron Suttles, no doubt. No joke. Last night he orders basically bourbon on ice, just straight bourbon on ice. These two characters in this cowboy. It's not a cowboy place, but there were guys with cowboy hats.
Cowboy hats. Yeah.
So what do you guys want? Instead of just saying whiskey straight, whiskey neat, I'll take a Summer in Dallas, please. It came in a little glass and it was pink, and it had a blackberry thrown into it.
It tasted great. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Nobody's judging you.
Yeah. Lunsford, do you drink girly drinks?
That's all I drink. I don't admit it though.
I mean, I'm kind of like, I don't know if Lunsford's joking or not, but in the event I have a cocktail, the ones that are aimed at the females are the ones I like better.
Yeah.
Because they're fruity, they taste good. That's
right. I'm with Lunsford, yeah.
I mean, bourbon, stuff like that I can drink, but I'd rather have something vodka, gin that's fruity.
Yeah. Well, this was that.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. I thought it was a really good drink. Hey, who cares, man? Did you like it?
I drank it. I wouldn't order it again.
Okay.
It was not my favorite.
Well, then that's what you should worry about, not what somebody
It
thinks.
was a little too it was a little too fruity for me. Can I have a Summer in Dallas, please? And Brown goes, make it 2.
Yeah, I didn't want to order it myself. I just wait for Dunaway to say it. I said, let's make that 2.
Make it 2. You did not want to say the phrase Summer in Dallas.
Summer in Dallas.
Summer in Dallas. I mean, it sounds like a great Garth Brooks song, right?
It does.
Summer in Dallas. More drink or country music song?
It does sound like more country music song.
Yeah. It's
a long summer in Dallas.
Good meal last night. We appreciate you guys being with us today. When we come back, we'll jump into a little Alabama Cincinnati. You'll hear from Luke Fickell and the defensive backs who are charged with guarding the Alabama wide receiver in the pass game. That is coming up here on the show. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends right there at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place to go to school, Montevallo is that location. Check them out online, montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. It's the University of Montevallo. 75 majors, 21 Division II sports right there. Montevallo.edu for a tour.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
The Next Round and Academy Sports and Outdoors are teaming up to give away shopping sprees to families of those in the military who were killed or disabled in the line of duty. Folds of Honor is a charity organization that gives scholarships to the children of those heroic men and women. To donate, go to foldsofhonor.org.
The Next Round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoff. Thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Hemp Hill Services, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day plus specialty shows every night. The college football playoffs on The Next Round.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2019, but I've been a beach bum for as long as I can remember. My folks took us down to the Gulf every summer, and even now, I can't wait to get back. Thanks to the freedom and flexibility of my new job, I know my next beach trip is never far away. In the meantime, I'm making great money, get paid to work out, and even have a take-home car to save miles on mine. Best of all, I spend my days helping people, sometimes on the worst days of their lives. That's a job that makes a difference. Not bad for a beach bum, huh?
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and on Insta.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Birmingham Racecourse Casino 7 days of giveaways is going on right now. We're giving away $100,000. That's right, $100,000 will be given away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
I've got those quarterbacks. I'll get to those in a little bit, but we start this hour off in Dallas. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, LT under the weather today, Rockstar on vacation, Lunsford and Forrester all with you as we work towards hour number 2. Wimp Sanderson in the first hour, podcasted at nextroundlive.com. Still to come, Barrett Jones in 1 hour. You will hear from Cincinnati's practice coming up in a second. But first, your headlines brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
So if the holidays put a hit on that wallet there, here's a great idea to put some extra money in your pocket to cash out refinance with Mortgage Right, whether it is college tuition, home improvements, a one-way ticket somewhere great. The refinance experts at Mortgage Right can help you use your home equity to get cash fast. For more information, mortgageright.com/TNR, mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Even though we're a day after an Auburn football game and just a couple of days away from an Alabama football playoff game, the biggest story in our area is basketball tonight. 2 top 25 teams doing battle. Number 16 LSU in Auburn to play number 11 Auburn this evening, 6 o'clock ESPN2. Auburn right now trending to be the best team in the SEC. LSU is unbeaten, really untested. Wimp likes Auburn tonight. You can hear that interview with Wimp right now at nextroundlive.com. Tennessee and Alabama, 2 more top 20 teams playing each other in Tuscaloosa to start SEC play tonight. Tennessee, 9-2, number 14 in the country. Alabama, 9-3, number 19 in the country. That game's at 8 o'clock on ESPN2. Auburn's a 4-point favorite. Alabama, a 2.5-point favorite in those contests tonight to officially kick off SEC play. Alabama's your defending SEC regular season and SEC conference champions from last year. Football yesterday, Houston beat Auburn 17-13 in the Birmingham Bowl. You heard from Brian Harsin in the first hour on no plan B. It's plan A. That's going back to work and getting better for Auburn next season. They finished the year 6-7 on a 5-game losing streak. Texas Tech beat Mississippi State in the Liberty Bowl 34-7. The SEC off to an 0-4 start during bowl season. Bill O'Brien rejoined the Alabama team here in Dallas yesterday. The offensive coordinator had missed some on-the-field practice time due to a positive test for COVID-19. He is cleared protocol and rejoined the team yesterday at practice. You'll hear from Bill O'Brien coming up later in the show. Football today, 3 bowl games. Supposed to have 4. 1 was canceled. We go at 1:15 in New York, Maryland, and Virginia Tech. The Hokies with a cool New York Yankee logo part of their helmet scheme in this pinstripe bowl game. It looks really cool. Clemson plays today, 4:45. They play Iowa State down in Orlando in the Cheez-It Bowl. And then tonight in the Alamo Bowl, Oregon and Oklahoma do battle at 8:15. Those 2 programs moving in a different direction with new head coaches that will not be coaching in the game tonight. Those 3 games all on ESPN today. And those are your headlines brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Forrester, let's go look at what Cincinnati's practice looked like yesterday inside AT&T Stadium as the Bearcats continue to work and prepare for Alabama. And as I said, a lot more people showing up here at the Omni today. The Cincinnati band and spirit squads have been making their way past us to check in to their hotel and have a meal here. This Cincinnati team comes in, leaving the American on their way eventually to the Big 12, but they are the first group of 5 team to come in, and they are 13.5-point underdogs. Luke Fickell, the head coach, we'll start with post-practice sound from Luke. He was asked about Alabama's passing game, the Heisman Trophy winner Bryce Young, and whether or not he thinks his defense, specifically his secondary, can stand this test with the Tide.
They're going to be challenged, and not that they haven't been challenged all year. I know Ahmad maybe hasn't been challenged as much during the season, just, maybe some guys going away from him a little bit more, and that's kind of put a lot on the Kobe's plate. And so Kobe, throughout the entire season, has been challenged a little bit more just because of Ahmad being into the boundary. And those guys have played well off of each other. They've really kept each other balanced, meaning if one guy doesn't get a whole lot because they're not throwing at Ahmad, Kobe does a great job of continuing to motivate him and pushing him. But those guys they're competitors. They're up for the challenge, and I'm excited to see them.
It is interesting that he doesn't go nickname Sauce with him, calls him by the name his mom gave him, and but Garner's a legit NFL prospect. So too is Kobe Bryant. We've talked a lot about that leading into this game. I go back to John Mechie, man. I'm waiting to see who steps up, and I know I kept waiting for these young receivers to step up all year long, and in places they have, but this is now you're forced to have to step up in this game. And I know you feel confident that somebody will step up in this game. And Bill O'Brien was talking yesterday about the players who are stepping up right now in place of John Mechie. And he called guys by name. He says Ja'Cory Brooks,
yep,
JoJo Earl, and Ajay Hall is a guy that I've always thought Holden has been the most consistent of those players. But he doesn't call him by name. He goes Brooks, he goes Earl, and he goes Hall yesterday.
Well, I think Ja'Cory Brooks of late has been. JoJo Earl was a guy that I thought was going to have a breakout game at some point. Unfortunately, had that injury. I thought he could have been kind of the spark the Alabama receivers needed to be that, just that extra guy, right? Earlier this year that would open it up more for Jamison Williams and for John Mechie. But he, unfortunately, he just never really developed the way I thought he was going to be, kind of like a Jalen Waddle type player. I thought he's got a lot of Waddle in him, JoJo Earl. Ja'Cory Brooks was there at the biggest moment of the season. I mean, when Alabama's entire hopes were on the line potentially, there he was catching a touchdown pass at Jordan-Hare Stadium to force overtime. So, obviously Bryce Young's got a little bit of trust with that guy. If you can go to him in that situation, you can go to him on a 3rd and 2, against Cincinnati. So, I think that's as important as anything. What is the quarterback, what kind of chemistry, what kind of trust does he have? I think you'd have to say Bryce Young found a way to trust Ja'Cory Brooks when it mattered the most.
And they've had time now since that SEC championship game, an extended preparation time to try to build up some of that timing and some of that chemistry. Now, Kobe Bryant, the other receiver opposite of Sauce Gardner there, you heard Luke Fickell said, man, a lot of has been put on his plate because people throw away from Sauce to the other side of the field, which means the coaches try to attack Kobe and not attack Sauce. So if you're Alabama, the guy you want to attack with is Jameson Williams. And Jameson Williams has burned just about everybody, including Georgia in the SEC championship game. So yesterday, Kobe got asked, are you guys up to the challenge? What do you think about guarding Jameson Williams, a guy who has been in everybody so far? Here is the great DB from Cincinnati, Kobe Bryant.
Have you seen anybody with the same kind of speed as Jameson Williams? And how do you handle someone, a track star type speed guy as a corner?
We face speed every day. We have fast receivers ourselves. Tyler Scott, Trey Tucker. Even Mike Young. He has speed. Alec Pierce, obviously. So we face speed every day. So just like I said, just playing our game and being confident. We just can't get out of character for someone being fast or anything. Just being ourselves and, like I said, just dominating the way that we know how to dominate.
That's Kobe yesterday, naming some of his teammates.
They're fast too.
Who are probably nowhere close as fast.
That's what I was about to say.
Jameson Williams.
Yeah, they're fast too, but Jameson Williams is next level fast. Jameson Williams is NFL fast. So this will be, I'm willing to say, without sitting here breaking it down and going game by game, this is going to be the fastest guy they've had to account for all year long. And we have seen Jameson Williams blow past guys. We consistently see SEC and not just SEC, but other, team defensive backs take horrible angles on the guy. So yeah, that's a challenge. There's no doubt for them. That is a massive challenge of trying to slow that guy down.
Connor O'Gara writes an interesting story with Saturday Down South about what a Cincinnati upset would mean in college football history. And we'll talk about that after Brown tells us about the great folks at Alabama Power.
You're going to give me those quarterbacks at some point too, right? I got you a drink.
I am, yes.
Okay.
I'm going to pay off my Dr. Pepper drink here.
When Alabama Power's job is to keep the lights on and keep you informed, that's what they do. You depend on them for that. Now they're rolling out new tools to help keep you up to date, especially during storms. Could be important today. The new outage map lets you see outages in your area. Search by county, zip code, city, or municipality, and use the live weather radar feature. Visit outagemap.alabamapower.com.
Connor O'Gara writes right there at Saturday Down South about, I'll just read you the headline and we'll get into it. If Cincinnati beats Alabama, it would be unlike any upset in college football history.
That's a bold statement.
That is, but let's put that into context now. You have a team that is playing a meaningful game.
Okay.
Like when I start thinking major upsets in college football history, You go back, Boise State beating Oklahoma in the Fiesta Bowl. That meant
a ton to Boise.
Meant a ton to Boise. I imagine Oklahoma fans occasionally think about it or talk about it, but it wasn't a playoff game. It wasn't a championship game, and it was an upset. It was a big, stick your flag in the ground for Boise
It legitimized
State.
Boise for a lot of people. A lot of people wanted to see Boise finally go against a big guy. What these schools like Boise hate is the way we immediately just diminished what it meant for Oklahoma versus how much it meant for Boise. I don't think that is all the time true, but I do think it's a fact you have to accept that a lot of times when these underdog smaller conference schools come into these types of games, it is their Super Bowl. It is often their Super Bowl. That's not going to be the case here. This is a college football playoff game, so it's different stakes. But when a Utah is playing in Alabama, when a Central Florida is playing in Auburn, when a Boise's playing in Oklahoma, that's their Super Bowl. That is their chance to say, everybody always says we can't match up with these types of teams. We get a chance to do it. So, it's on the other team if they don't bring the heat. And I try not to diminish the Boise's and people like that, their accomplishment in winning those games. But I do think it is a truth of what happens in these games sometimes.
1984, BYU won the national championship, but they played a Michigan team that was barely a 500 team, barely bowl eligible.
I think it was 7-5, weren't they, or 6-6 or
6
something?
and 5,
6-5. Yeah, I guess it was an 11-game schedule back then. 6-5 out in the Holiday Bowl.
Yeah,
good logo on the helmet, and that game was well before New Year's.
It was
New Year's Day, right? So they played, and then a bunch of other teams played. Nobody was impressive, so they ended up being the national champion.
They were the unbeaten team, and they were number one. They were the national champs, but there's no monumental upset to that. Some that Connor throws out in his story, and you can read the whole thing, part of our morning rounds at nextroundlive.com. Easy links every morning, or most mornings, not Saturday and Sunday, where you can go read some top stories around the country. He goes back to Ohio State in 2002. Double-digit underdog when they beat powerhouse Miami to win a BCS national championship.
It's just kind of hard to accept that now because we've seen what the two programs became. But, I mean, that was a massively surprising win. Yeah.
Yeah, when you're double-digit underdog for a championship, so 13.5 isn't far off from 10.5.
No, absolutely.
Whatever that went off at back then. So that's the neighborhood we're talking about now.
Yeah.
This isn't Jim Harbaugh's Stanford team before it got good, going in 37-point underdog, 38-point underdog, 41-point underdogs, whatever it was, and beating Pete Carroll's USC. This isn't Vince Young's Texas beating the unbeatable USC team. This is still Cincinnati playing the dynasty right now. The dynasty. So to a sense, to me, this has an NCAA basketball tournament feel to it. This is, I mean, you see this kind of game. If Cincinnati were to win it and beat Alabama in the upset, you see this kind of upset all the time in the NCAA basketball tournament. You see underdog upstart beat powerhouse in a championship situation. You see it all the time. And we just have never had the opportunity to see it in college football. And Alabama fans hope we don't see it on Friday either. And Cincinnati fans do, but this is the opportunity to finally have a true Cinderella in the college football playoffs. And a lot of people feel like we'll get more of these type of stories when we expand to 8 or 12 teams.
Yeah, Paul says these feel like the 12-5 NCAA tournament games. Not necessarily this one, because this would not be a 5 seed. Alabama wouldn't be a 5 seed. I don't know that you can make a comparison. I think what he's talking about more, in my opinion, that would be more like the Boise, Oklahoma deal. Yeah. That would feel a little bit more like the 12-5.
This game feels like 1 versus 8 or 9, whoever won that game.
Right.
It's the round 2. It's the Saturday game of your NCAA tournament. That team is good. They shouldn't beat you, but they do often. If you go back, I mean, sometimes you get some 1 seeds bounce on day 2 of the NCAA tournament, and that's what Alabama's facing this weekend. Historic though. I agree with Connor. There's not another upset in college football history you can throw, and I'd love to see you guys in the Farm Folio chat room throw out upsets that would have the impact this one would have. And I do think it's watered down a little bit by the fact that they have agreed during the season that they're going to the Big 12. So people like me are already perceiving Cincinnati as a Big 12 team, but they're not yet. They're still an American Conference team and will be next year. So they're not Big 12 yet, though they're going there and they've agreed to that. So that's watered it down a little bit. But I don't think there's another upset in college football history that would have the same impact this one will have.
Yeah, because it's occurring in the playoffs. I mean, and the nature of, like you said, what Cincinnati is, where they have come from, where they are in the grand scheme of things in college football, I guess in the pecking order, if you will. I could see that, yeah.
Yeah. Jump in the Farmfolio chat room. We'd love to do that. I'm going to give Brown his list to pay off the Dr. Pepper coming up after the break.
Wow.
We'll get
what
into
a tease,
that.
Dunaway.
And Lunsford's got the viewing menu coming up. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at the Standifer Insurance Agency. Again, weather day in Alabama. Drive safely. But if you need that insurance checkup, who do you call?
You call the Standifer Insurance Group. Auto rates have lowered 4 times the past 12 months. Now is a great time to call the Standifer Insurance Group for an insurance checkup. 205-664-3200. 205-664-3200. StandiferinsuranceGroup.com. Have your coverages ready and what you pay each month. And see if they could save for you the way they did for me. StandiferinsuranceGroup.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Back with you on the next round. $1 billion band from the University of Alabama just got off the bus. 400 strong. Overnight drive. Did you guys say 8 charter buses? 8 charter buses. And the drive through the rain to get to Dallas to perform and support the Crimson Tide for the college football playoff game coming up on Friday. It's Wednesday today, right?
Today is Wednesday. That is hard for me to keep up with for some reason.
It is. You yesterday, what did we do when you said it was Monday?
It was the post game show after the Auburn game, and I called it Monday from the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah, it felt like a Monday yesterday, but today I have no idea what day it is. It is Wednesday, and we have brought in our camera from out on the patio and to replace one of our cameras that went down. So what
you have to explain that?
Well, I was just letting people know we lost the skyline shot.
Okay.
It looks a little different. We got a lot of people behind us today, so I was passing along what had happened there. Time for the viewing menu. It's brought to you today by our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore and the great folks over at New Life Art bring you the viewing menu every day. Lunsford's got some stuff to watch. I'll throw you some sporting events out there. All of that's being brought to you by New Life Art. What you got for us, Lunsford?
All right, so if bowl games don't intrigue you again tonight, starting on Disney Plus tonight, The Book of Boba Fett. I don't know if y'all are big Boba Fett fans from Star Wars or not. No? Okay, well, one of the 2 spinoffs from The Mandalorian that's been pretty popular on Disney Plus, even though the original dude that played him is dead, and the dude that plays him now is 61 years old. Still looks like a pretty good show. Any interest at all?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, that was confident.
You're not going to watch that.
I'm not going to watch it tonight, but, I mean, some other time when I'm not on the road in Dallas, I would watch it for you.
Yeah,
with you?
The Mandalorian pretty good. It's directed by Robert Rodriguez and written by Jon Favreau. Coming up at 6 p.m. on AMC tonight, Don't Look Up has been one of the big movies about a comet hitting Earth, and they reference Armageddon multiple times. So if you just want to watch the original, chick flick that just happens to have a comet in it, go check out Armageddon at 6 p.m. tonight. And then the sequel to Venom, not very good, but there's a lot of rumors swirling whether or not Sony will finally tie in the current Spider-Man and Venom together, so you might as well watch the origin tonight at FX at 7 is Venom.
All right.
Well, I'm glad we got some bowl games in basketball, Lunsford.
I'd rather watch all these than most of these bowl games.
Oh, Lunsford. Come on, man. It's
3
bowl
games
season.
today. It's on ESPN. You can leave it in there, locked in there. Maryland, Virginia Tech at Yankee Stadium. Doesn't do a ton for me.
No, I hate football games in baseball stadiums. I am anti that.
I don't necessarily hate it.
I do.
I like seeing Yankee Stadium. That's been a fun one. I think we lost the Fenway game this year, right? That one got canceled. I am interested in watching Clemson, 4:45, ESPN. Clemson and Iowa State, Cheez-It Bowl down in Orlando. Dabo Swinney is basically, trying to keep a smile on his face. Good story from ESPN.com today about Dabo not down on Clemson, where Clemson is going. He feels like this is just a bump in the road. They'll be back next year in contention to be at a place like Alabama and Cincinnati is this year, back in the college football playoffs.
I mean, that's his biggest test, to date of, I guess the stability of his program, it was so long that he didn't even have to replace coordinators. And then Jeff Scott left, and that was kind of a half replacement because Jeff Scott was like a co-offensive coordinator with Tony Elliott. And now you've got Tony Elliott leaving. You got Brent Venables, who had been with him forever, leaving. It's a little bit like when Nick Saban lost Kirby Smart, and everybody's like, okay, well, let's see what Nick Saban does. Well, Dabo promoted from within, and it's an interesting move, and it'll be interesting to see if he can continue to reach the levels that they have reached on a consistent basis with, kind of the biggest challenge he's faced as the head coach now.
And I just noticed yesterday that another one of his off the field support guys had turnip seed.
I know.
Left
Yeah.
Clemson as well. A longtime Alabama guy, was with Dabo, helped building him everything up at Clemson. He went over to Oklahoma with Brent Venables.
I know. I was told that. Trying to remember when I was told. Oh, I was talking to somebody at the Alabama basketball game, the Davidson game, Alabama Davidson game, and they told me that, and I had missed the story, and I was surprised by that too because has been at Clemson forever,
and been the guy with Dabo that has worked, designed, built everything, every football facility, every building. He's had a hand in that, so that's a big loss for him too, and just the comfort level of a guy in that position who had been with him so long. So total change for Dabo and them. The late game tonight, Alamo Bowl, Oregon, and Oklahoma, 8:15. All those on ESPN tonight. All right, here is the list.
Give them to me.
Here is the list of transfer quarterbacks not committed to a team that I threw together.
You just went David Letterman. You remember how he used to do that with his top 10 card?
If I had a pencil, I'd sling it right at one of those cameras over there. But I won't tell you which one I'm throwing it at. If I hit one of them, the one that's working, we'll call that a winner right there. Here's the list. All right, here we go. Guys that I don't think Auburn would be interested in first.
Okay.
Tyler Johnston, who is leaving UAB.
No, that's not an upgrade.
Jagger LaRoe.
Know nothing about Jagger LaRoe. I don't even know if you're saying his name right. You made that up. You're just throwing stuff into me. Jagger LaRoe, where did he play?
I think he was with Ohio State.
Okay.
So he was behind Jack Miller at Ohio State. Harrison Bailey.
I don't know how much of an upgrade that is over TJ Finley. I mean, think back before Hendon Hooker took over, how bad
Tennessee was bad.
That quarterback situation was there.
Bad.
Okay. So I think you would rather just roll the dice with your recruits at that point.
I've only got 2 left, Brown.
Boy, you haven't blown my socks off. Now, what are these? These are guys you say Auburn would not want, though.
No, I'm to the list now that
that they would want.
Yeah, the first 2 are no. Then Harrison Bailey's our transition to a name and these other 2 are about the only 2 out there that maybe would turn heads. One you're going to say no, and that's Zach Calzada.
I think it's a small upgrade. I mean, now look, if you get the Zach Calzada that played against Alabama, you would take him in a heartbeat. But TJ Finley had good games. That was Zach Calzada's best moment, and it was the outlier for the rest of his season. He never did it again. So Zach Calzada that'd be a no for me. That does not excite me if I'm an Auburn fan.
And then the last guy is a guy I think Auburn fans would be excited about. I think Ole Miss fans would be excited about, and I think everybody wants this kid. It's Cameron Ward from Incarnate Word, and he's a do-everything playmaker. Was the best quarterback in Incarnate Word's level this year. Well, they're FCS.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Or FBS.
Well, I mean, that's the
FCS.
one. Yeah, that's the one that everybody seems excited about, right? And I guess if you could add him.
He's visited Ole Miss twice, I know.
Yeah. I mean, look, wouldn't you say that, though, if it appears Lane Kiffin's that interested in him, that probably says a lot about him?
I would have my Cam called the new Cam and try to start working on a bridge there. Or maybe
you think
maybe your old Cam can do a name, image, and likeness with new Cam, and you get some Belk money or something going that way. I try to get him. I mean, that to me, Cam Ward is the best option at quarterback if you're not going to go with the guy you signed. And maybe Harsin is so comfortable with the guy you signed. I mean, Alabama would have been comfortable with Bryce Young at quarterback last year.
Oh, absolutely. A lot of people that thought that was going to happen.
Probably would have still won the national championship, right?
Well, I mean, based on what I've seen out of Bryce Young, this year. I'm willing to say with those receivers and that, that talent last year, absolutely Alabama still would have won the championship.
And if you remember, Bo Nix started as a true freshman.
He did.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be the first time. So maybe that is Brian Harson's plan, is to go with Gerner when he gets to town and get him in there early and let him go through spring, and he's your guy.
Well, with the possibility that exists of getting transfer portal quarterbacks, that seems like a risky move. But if he's evaluated him and says that's our best plan, then that's their best plan. The door isn't completely shut on transfer portal. A lot of the feedback we get, I'd have to dig back here in the Farmfolio chat room, but it's happened a lot, is how did they miss on Keaton Slovis? I think a lot of people feel like if Keaton Slovis had been given the choice, you can either go to Auburn or go to Pittsburgh, he would have chosen to go to Auburn rather than go to Pittsburgh. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know really much about Keaton Slovis, to be honest with you. So I don't know if that's the case. But I think a lot of Auburn fans had sold themselves on thinking they might could get in the Keaton Slovis game, and he was very quickly off to Pittsburgh, and that just seemed like an odd move for a lot of people.
Back to the Farmfolio chat room, being brought to you today by our friends at Farmfolio. You guys were not really blown away with what I was talking about with Cincinnati upsetting Alabama would be the biggest upset in the biggest impact upset in college football history. What is the impact is what Cody is asking. Just because it's an upset doesn't mean it's going to change anything in college football. For it to be an impact, there would have to be a considerable change in college football. What would the change be if Cincinnati beat Alabama?
I think there would be a change in perception that a group of 5 team has no shot at a national championship. If Cincinnati were to find a way to win this game, they would literally be 60 minutes away from winning a national championship. They're 120 minutes away now, so I guess it only changes it by 60 minutes, right? But you would have to give me there would be a pretty big perception change there, right?
And that's what Jay Price says. The impact would be the group of 5 would have an argument now that they belong in the playoffs. Look at what Cincinnati did.
Yeah. I think now again, there's always going to be that addendum to the story, I guess, for lack of a better term, that they did that right before they bolted to the Big 12. So, it does kind of feel different. It's not like a group of 5 team that's always going to be there, and it's always going to be a group of 5 team. So, it does feel a little bit different.
More comments after I tell you about the great folks at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling, the producers of Redmont Vodka, and Vulcan Gin, the official vodka of the 2022 World Games coming to Birmingham. 8 times distilled, an unbelievable taste. When you're out at dinner or out at the bar enjoying the new year, make sure you drink responsibly and make sure you ask for it by name. Our friends at Redmont Vodka, Vulcan Gin, proud supporters of the next round. A win by Cincinnati almost guarantees playoff expansion, and then others are saying playoff expansion is going to happen regardless if Cincinnati wins this game or not. So the impact is being debated.
Yeah, I don't think Cincinnati winning would have one bit of impact on expansion. Expansion is we're headed that way anyway. Cincinnati win, lose, get blown out, blow out Alabama. That's not going to affect it one way or the other.
Yeah. And Kerry doubles back and says, are we just going to assume that any group of 5 team on a given year would be okay in the playoffs if Cincinnati wins this game?
No, we're not going to make that assumption, but I think the other side of that is you're also not going to assume they never have a place. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, their place is coming regardless, right?
Yeah.
They're going to have a place. All right. That's the discussion there on the impact of a Cincinnati win and the portal quarterbacks that are out there for Auburn. Barrett Jones joins us. He'll be here in Dallas calling the game. We'll talk to Barrett about what he has learned breaking down Cincinnati, all coming up. Do you see Kerryon Johnson? He got back on a practice squad yesterday. The former Auburn running back is now a member of the Philadelphia Eagles. Still can't get TJ Yeldon the job.
I think you can give up on it.
Still can't get TJ Yeldon.
I think you give up on it.
Kerryon back in the league, though. Don't forget our Cotton Bowl special tonight, 5 to 7. Thanks to our friends at Wayne's Hemp Hill Culver's, Champies, and Dr. Pepper. We'll be talking more with some of our friends that are here at the Media Hotel about what is going on with Alabama and Cincinnati as we get closer to kickoff right here on the road. And today's show is being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. Bromberg's, not just for the holiday season, year-round. Great place for anniversary and birthdays as well.
Yeah, family-owned, operated since 1836. They've established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry timepieces and gifts. And Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and at the Summit. You could view their online store at brombergs.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times, 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration, 205-637-0143.
We've told you about the excellent service you get from Excalibur Services for residential heating, cooling, and electrical problems. Now, you can also depend on Excalibur for all your plumbing needs. Excalibur will perform plumbing services in the same excellent manner as our heating, cooling, and electrical services. Highly trained plumbers now teaming up with highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts. At Excalibur, we have you covered. 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
I cannot imagine a better gift for the new year than your life back. That's what Way to Wellness did for me. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They can help you too. Just go to their website, aplanforme.com, to get details. No cookie cutter plans. Everything is designed for you, and the program is overseen by board certified professionals. There are no contracts and no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. That's right, it's free if you go to the website, aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following tips. Water your tree daily. Use candles with care and caution. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. Consider smart technology to protect your home. And for more information, always check out her website, hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, do you want to become more flexible and more active? Our friends at Stretch Zone Birmingham can help, and they're offering 2 Black Friday deals you don't want to miss. Visit StretchZoneBham.com or call 205-509-2349 to learn more or book an appointment.
The Next Round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoff. Thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Hemp Hill Services, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day plus specialty shows every night. The college football playoffs on The Next Round.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
We'll hear from Bill O'Brien coming up later in the 11 o'clock hour as he made it back here to Dallas. Barrett Jones at the top of the hour. In just a second, Brian Robinson, one of the heartbeats of the team, cut 11. You'll hear him talking about how this team saved the season. All that's coming up next round, live from the Cotton Bowl as we continue on today. And part of the show is being brought to you by the Mail Room. If you want to get looking tight for the new year coming up, 2022, all the grooming needs you need right there at the Mail Room. Get you set for New Year's Eve party. Do you go out ever on New Year's Eve?
I do not.
When
Zero
we're not
interest.
here, yeah.
Zero interest.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I haven't been home. My wife reminded me of this. We're never at home for New Year's because we're, as you pointed out, we're always, on the road,
right,
at a game such as this. And I tell you, man, it's not a big deal to me.
Yeah. So the Mail Room can take care of you right there on Highway 280. All the services, you can get a nice cut, nice shave. Grooming needs, all there. The Mail Room saying thank you for supporting them in another year, and they're ready to make you look good for 2022 right there at the Mail Room. All right, Brian Robinson, cut 11, Lunsford. Here we go. B-Rob talking about this team's mentality since that Texas A&M game and what they have become, the Crimson Tide. Here's B-Rob.
And we just, we looked at the film and we had to find ourselves again. And, we never want to feel that hurt again, So we take that to the weight room. We take that to the practice field. We take that to the film room, and continue to get better. So, we don't make them same mistakes we made, to lose that first game.
Brian Robinson there yesterday after an Alabama practice as they get ready for Cincinnati coming up this weekend. If I asked you down in the other game, and let's be honest, if you are not a fan of Alabama and Cincinnati, if you're just a college football fan watching the playoffs, the other game, the Orange Bowl has more intrigue than this game, right? I mean, the reason
I feel that way, yeah, because it just logos on the helmet for one thing.
Yeah, but this intrigue is, can Cincinnati upset Alabama?
Right.
And if that becomes obvious early on, it's not going to happen. You're going to be like, there's nothing left in this one. The other game has a ton of intrigue in it. One of the intriguing things to me is who's got more pressure on them, Kirby Smart or Jim Harbaugh, because both of these coaches have sort of let their fan bases down at times. And both of them have, Kirby's never been a threat to lose his job. Harbaugh, I guess, was last year at some point a threat to lose his job. Now they're both back in the playoffs. Maybe a little bit of pressure off them, at least for Harbaugh's point, to have them finally beat Ohio State and to be back in the playoffs. So I guess I'm answering my own question. Is Kirby Smart the guy in this game that's got more pressure, or is there something for Harbaugh, too, that he's got to continue this role for Michigan, or he slides right back into a guy who let his team down, let his school down?
It's a good question. I don't know, man. That's a good one. I think the clock is ticking more on a national championship for Kirby than it is for Jim Harbaugh. Because you got to think of Harbaugh, right now he's eating off the when, first of all, you finally beat Ohio State. So you got that monkey off your back, right? You finally have gone to the college football, won the Big Ten. You got that off your back. You've gone to the college football playoff. You've got that off your back. These are all things Michigan, these are all things they were paying Jim Harbaugh a ton of money to do, and he wasn't doing. So you've done all of that basically in 1 year. Michigan has never really, or at least they claim, they've never really worried about the national championships. It's all about winning the Big Ten and going to the Rose Bowl. Well, now when you win the Big Ten, you don't go to the Rose Bowl, you go to the playoffs. So I guess that's somewhat replaced that. So I could see kind of a train of thought where you would say Harbaugh has already done all the stuff that would take the pressure off of him. This is not a free pop. You'd still like to win the national championship. But if Michigan goes down there and plays a good game and loses to Georgia, I think the Michigan fans go back and say, boy, look at what we have accomplished this year. If Georgia goes down and loses to Michigan, I think the Georgia fans go back and say, my gosh, we lost the SEC championship. We've lost to Nick Saban again. We can't win a national championship. And I think in a lot of ways, Kirby's clock starts ticking. Not that he's going to get fired, but I'm just talking about the criticism that comes with him not winning a national championship.
Yeah, the intrigue in that other game is really amazing. Josh Pate will join us at some point this week. He is from 24/7 fame, the late kick, and he is down covering that game. And he says the buzz is real down there for Michigan and Georgia as they get ready to play prime time coming up on Friday night. Opposite of this basketball tonight, we've talked about it with Wimp already. A couple of big games in Auburn and Tuscaloosa, 2 top 25 matchups, 2 top 20 matchups as SEC play starts later tonight. As for another day here in Dallas, it's the same old, right? More practice, more interviews for Alabama and Cincinnati. Forrester's got Alabama's practice pulled up here. Forrester, if you can show me a little Alabama working out yesterday. I love the stadium, but I still don't understand the on-the-field seats that you get here. You've had a chance to, at least at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. I don't know about here. Have you gone and
I did
experienced that? Do you like the on-the-field seating?
I really don't. All right, so in Atlanta at Mercedes-Benz, and first of all, let me just say I didn't buy these tickets. These tickets were given to me before I describe this. I know I've learned doing a show with you and Lance, you have to, and Rockstar, you have to jump out ahead of the game when you start talking about stuff like this and make that disclaimer. I didn't buy these tickets. They were given to me. But years ago, I think it was the first year Mercedes-Benz was open, if I'm not mistaken. I went to a Dolphins-Falcons game there, and I had seats on the 50. And those seats, and if you watch Falcons games, you'll notice this. A lot of times those seats are empty because it gives you that access underneath the stadium. And it's got some really good food down there, and then you can walk out field level. The one thing you can't do is see anything when you're down there because you're behind the benches. Now, in the NFL, the benches are much smaller and as far as the number of people, and the sidelines are much cleaner. They keep the sidelines clean in the NFL.
Not in college football.
Not in college football. There's people everywhere. So I can't imagine having those seats in college football. And I've walked down on the field near the end of the game and seen people sitting there, and I'm like, I don't think you could see that. You know what I see them doing? I see them looking up at the scoreboard, watching the game on the screens.
That's right. You see the video there of Alabama working out in practice. It's a beautiful stadium, though.
It is. It's a great stadium.
Yeah, but it's no longer the best, in my opinion, no longer the best stadium in the country. It was for a while, and I really enjoyed Mercedes when they built that one, but I liked this one better than Mercedes.
See, I like Mercedes better.
But now here comes SoFi, and I haven't been there yet, but SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, to me, is going to be maybe the best stadium on the planet.
We'll see. I like Mercedes better than I liked it better than I liked Jerry World. Jerry World's phenomenal though, but it's just so big and cavernous. Mercedes feels more, I don't know, it feels like it's like you're closer to the game.
Yeah.
I don't feel real close to the game in AT&T Stadium.
Even with that big screen, it takes you
No,
inside
I feel
the
like
game.
I'm at home at the big screen. I'm watching it like I'm on TV.
Yeah. So what's left on your agenda to do out here? What else do you want to do in Dallas? You've last time you were here, you went down to check out where President Kennedy was assassinated. Now you're.
That's the first time I was here. Yeah, I did that.
Do you have a
No.
a to-do thing? You want
Not
some
really.
barbecue? You want some Tex-Mex?
I'll always eat barbecue, Tex-Mex. I mean, that's a given. I'll do that anytime. I don't have to be in Dallas for that, but yeah, absolutely. Why, you trying to make plans? What do you got?
No, just we got Barrett Jones at the top of the hour here. I was just seeing what your day was going to happen here. Filling a little time till we get Barrett on with us at the top of the hour. What's on your agenda today?
I mean, by the way, I haven't really even thought about it. I wasn't prepared to answer that question.
Okay. All right. Barrett Jones coming up with us at the top of the hour here, and we get ready for this college football playoff game. Well, Lunsford, let's bring up Kirk Herbstreit. I think it's cut 12 somewhere down there. Tell me the number. You got it back there. Kirk Herbstreit had a chance to talk about the college football playoffs as well, and Herbie, of course, will be calling the other game, the one down there in Miami. But he's got thoughts on Cincinnati and whether or not they belong in the playoffs or not. Here's Herbstreit.
I'm not necessarily doing it. I'm not saying Cincinnati's carrying the flag for the group of five. But you know how the world works. That will be the perception. If they lay an egg and they get blown out, there will be many that will say, see, I told you all along. Right. My colleague, Lee Corso, he doesn't think Cincinnati should be even in the discussion, like anybody from the group of five. He's like, you guys go over there at the little kids table, leave us alone. I think they're going to compete in the game. I don't see them getting blown out. I think they match up fairly well. It's tough to match up with Alabama, as we all know, but I think their corners give them a chance defensively. They got a defensive line that's undersized but quick. They're a veteran team, so I don't think they'll be in awe of looking over and seeing Alabama. There definitely will be a lot of people that will be watching to see how Cincinnati does, and they'll try to kind of take the low-hanging fruit, whether they are competitive or they win the game. Then it's going to be like, I told you they should have been in it all along. Or if they get blown out, it's going to be, I told you they should have never been here to begin with. So you're going to get that kind of reaction. That's the world we live in.
I like him rolling Corso under the bus, though.
Well, he's not the only one. Golden Domer on Twitter says Cincinnati has no business in the playoffs. They played an awful complete schedule. Only respectable win was at Notre Dame, and that was a great win, but Notre Dame also played poorly and gave the ball up 4 times. Cincinnati has so many close wins versus bad team. Nothing on tape says this is an elite team. Alabama should win by 20 or more in this game. That from Golden Domer there on Twitter, who saw the Cincinnati team beat his team, but doesn't think they did enough to get in to the playoffs. Don't think they belong. He agrees with Corso there, and we'll find out what Cincinnati has to say about belonging or not with their actions on the field coming up on Friday, 2:30, the first game before we get Georgia and Michigan. All right, top of the hour here, Barrett Jones with a little bit more conversation about that coming up. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at the Pants Store. 5 great locations. You have them in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and at pantstore.com. That's Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville, pantstore.com. Your great place for game day fashions year-round. And also Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, Yeti Huggies, and a lot more game day accessories. And all the fashions for the ladies in your life as well. And it's not just sportswear. It's a lot of wear right there at the Pants Store. You can't beat it. 5 locations, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and online at pantstore.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
How would you like to be responsible for ruining Christmas for millions of little boys and girls? If your roof isn't in good enough shape for Santa and his reindeer to land, you could mess up the entire schedule. For the sake of children all over the world, it's time to call Cardinal Roofing to have your roof inspected. Cardinal Roofing has more than 500 5-star reviews and can do most jobs in one day. And they can also finance your new roof. 205-900-ROOF, 205-900-7663. Mention you heard this on the Next Round and receive $100 off your next roof replacement. Happy holidays to all from Cardinal Roofing.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Life never stops moving. Between the 30-minute commutes, daycare pickups, and that weekend trip to Grandma's, you're racking up the miles. What you need is a tire that can keep up, like the exceptionally long-lasting Michelin Defender tire. With an 80,000-mile warranty and the safety you expect, you can lose track of the miles and focus on what really matters, the memories made along the way. Stop in today. Vehicle safety you can depend on. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit vulcantireandauto.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hear me now. Can you hear me now?
And we're back with you in Dallas. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Barrett Jones coming momentarily with us.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Lunsford and Forrester back there in Birmingham in our Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. Barrett Jones will join us in a second as we get ready. Todd Furman to start the final hour. I'm sorry, Lunsford, what were you saying, man? He gave me the nothing. Keep going. I like that. All right.
Jim Dunaway.
Here we go. Let me know when Barrett's ready. I'll give you the headlines here this hour, being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Champy's Chicken, always right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. They deliver unbelievable, unique items like chicken on a stick. You got the wonderful tamales that you get that are the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You get the unbelievable sides. The great place for music, Blues, Brews, and Bird is Champy's World Famous Chicken. Check them out online, champy'schicken.com. The story last night that we got that John Madden passed away. Everyone's paying tribute to the great Raiders coach, the Hall of Famer in coaching and in broadcasting, and a big part of the Madden video games that sort of changed the way video games were played with EA Sports. John Madden passing away yesterday at 85. I've loved watching all the coverage on ESPN, remembering the man that really changed the way the analyst world, what Barrett Jones does for a living now, was done. That used to be such a sort of a sidekick, stale, boring X's and O kind of thing, no personality at all. And John Madden really brought that into a very different setting, and really an innovator on many different levels. John Madden passing away at the age of 85. On the field yesterday with Houston, they beat all 17-13 as the Cougars came into Birmingham and won the Birmingham Bowl 17-13. Another loss for the SEC happened after that game as well, where Texas Tech beat Mississippi State handily 34-7 in that contest. The Red Raiders win that one. Air Force also over Louisville, Minnesota beat West Virginia. Here in Dallas, Bill O'Brien rejoined the team after a COVID suspension or a delay away from the team, where he tested positive for COVID and couldn't be around and do any on-the-field work. He cleared protocol, came by, and started practicing with the team yesterday at AT&T Stadium. Charlie Weiss Jr., according to Matt Zenitz of On3 Sports, is going to be the next offensive coordinator there at Mississippi. Basketball tonight, a couple of big games going on. LSU and Auburn, 16-11, starting SEC play down at Auburn, 6 o'clock on ESPN2. And also in Tuscaloosa tonight, 14-19, 14th-ranked Tennessee taking on 19th-ranked Alabama. 6 o'clock for the Auburn game. They're a 4-point favorite. 8 o'clock for the Alabama game. The Tide's a 2.5-point favorite in that one. Both are on ESPN2, and those are your headlines.
All right, Barrett Jones is going to join us now. The Alabama great, now with ESPN Radio, is with us. Barrett, what's up, man? How are you?
How we doing, guys?
Doing awesome. You doing all right?
Fantastic. Just enjoying my first StreamYard experience.
Yeah, I know. Is it everything you had hoped it would be?
It's awesome. Absolutely. We're what are you guys doing up there since you can't go to practice? Y'all just hanging out?
Pretty much. Dunaway has not been able to break down film because we're not allowed to practice, so he hasn't had a chance to break down Cincinnati yet. And,
I know that's tough, Dunaway. What about? I guess LT didn't come, huh? So
he's a little under the weather, so he wasn't up for the trip.
Protocols. Get him protocols.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, as we talk to you, you've digested a little more and more film. You had the Liberty Bowl last night. I don't know if we even want to go into that one. That was a yucky game.
Well, I'll tell you the greatest thing about the Liberty Bowl is I was home by 9:45 in my bed. I mean, or on my couch. That was if they were all right there, that'd be nice. But
yeah,
unfortunately, there's a lot of things I love about Memphis. The Liberty Bowl Stadium could use some upgrades in the press area. I don't know if you guys have been there in a while, but anyway, it was a tough game.
This is where Dunaway points out he doesn't go to normal bowl games.
I saw that on Dunaway. Dunaway is talking some trash on Twitter. I like feisty Dunaway.
Well, I in Barrett's referring to Dana Holgerson's comments to start off his news conference yesterday in Birmingham after beating Auburn, and he had to wait 20 minutes. He said, I've been standing in the hallway for 20 minutes. Well, as I pointed out, when you go to the semifinals or the finals, your wait's going to be about 20 minutes before you do your post-game news conference, Coach. I know you may never win a national championship, but the losing coach is going to go first. You're going to be on the field as you were yesterday in Birmingham, getting a trophy. And then you come off and the losing news conference is underway, and then you wait your turn and you go. It's on your SID people if you're standing in the hallway and not waiting in the locker room, or not sitting down with a nice Pepsi and a slice of pizza like Urban had to do one time. I mean, that's not on the Birmingham Bowl. That's not on the ESPN folks. That's on him.
What you're saying is if you're going to come at me, come correct. I like that.
That's right.
I like that about you, Jim.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about the SEC first before we talk about the games that are coming up, the meaningful games that involve two SEC teams. Do you put any stock into this 0-4 start? Because Missouri was a pretty average football team, and they lost to Army. Tough matchup. UCF, that meant the world to them to beat Florida. But Florida was a pretty average or bad football team. Auburn loses to Houston. You saw Mississippi State lose to Texas Tech. You can't argue the SEC's 0-4, but do you put any stock in that? Does that matter at all to you?
It matters some, I guess. Ultimately, what's going to happen with SEC and their reputation, I guess, for this year will all hinge on what happens in these two semifinal games. I mean, look, if they have two teams in the national championship, it's going to be a hard sell to say the SEC was bad this year. So, the bowl games, I'll tell you what, I'm not a gambler, but if I were a gambler, the one thing I maybe would never bet on would be bowl games. I mean, you got to be a little crazy to bet on bowl games. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? There was nothing that told me on paper that Texas Tech, with no coach, a bunch of guys, out, their best receiver not playing, their fourth quarterback of the year that was getting time, and they were going to go blow the doors off Mississippi State. Now, obviously, Mississippi State had 12 guys missing or whatever with virus protocols or maybe. And so that was obviously a factor. But, yeah, I don't put a lot of stock in it. I mean, clearly there's some teams that want to be there, some teams that don't. I think, that's on the coaching staff to get people fired up and ready to play. Look, the one thing I want to say about the Liberty Bowl, you got to give Sonny Cumbie and that staff a ton of credit. I mean, all those guys are leaving. They're going somewhere else, and somehow they got those guys motivated and fired up to go out there and beat the guy who was mouthing off and talking about how they had won 9 wins since he had been there. And I know they said all the right things pregame, but I guarantee that bothered them, and they wanted to go out there and show him that they didn't need him to win games.
Barrett Jones is with us. He joins us each week courtesy of Gus's World Famous Fried Chicken. Anytime you use the word famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is, in fact, that world famous. GusFriedChicken.com, GusFriedChicken.com, 2201 2nd Avenue South in Birmingham.
Brownie, I'll say real fast before you ask your question. Yeah. I'll tell you one guy that was a little flustered by it that I saw last night on the sidelines was Greg Sankey. He had just been at the Birmingham Bowl, and he does not fly commercial like the rest of us. He made his way to the Liberty Bowl and was there, and he was hoping that they could catch a win there. I kind of told him I felt good about his chances, and I lied to him because it didn't work out. So now, he certainly does not like being 0-4. So he cares.
Well, I mean, I think, look, and I said this earlier, and this is not something I just say when the SEC starts losing bowl games. I think it's a horrible way to evaluate conference strength. Like you said, there's a reason it would be difficult to gamble on bowl games. You just don't know what you're getting. I understand Greg Sankey. He takes pride in his product. He wants his team to win, his teams to win every game they can play out of conference. Obviously, I get that, but I don't think just because the SEC is 0-4 that all of a sudden the SEC stinks. I think we determine that over 12 or 13 games, not one exhibition game that may or may not get played if people don't have enough guys due to COVID.
No, you're right, and that, I think that game last night was very close to not being played, as a lot of these bowl games are, from what I'm hearing. I'm just hoping we hang on until the end of the season because it's getting wild, and I think that anyway, this is a whole nother rabbit hole, but I wonder if there's going to be a transition now to more of the NFL style of protocols in some of these conferences that are going to start either announcing or maybe even not announcing, and just going with, hey, if you feel sick, get tested. Otherwise, we're going to let it ride to try to get this thing finished. So anyway, that's for smarter people than I to think about and battle out.
Barry Jones with us on the Pepsi hotline. I always feel like, and you played the position, that when we have games like Alabama and Cincinnati, that one of the places the disparity shows up most is on the line of scrimmage. I think that's where it is the biggest disparity, right or wrong. And when you play what's viewed as an inferior, and that's a shot at Cincinnati, I don't mean that. Does it show up most on the line?
I think usually it does. Yeah, I think that's probably fair, is that normally there's not quite as much beef and girth, and especially depth. I think that's a big issue too. D-line is probably the place that, to me, for some reason, when you're playing non-SEC teams, when I was at Alabama, that was the place that showed up. Was they might have one or two good defensive linemen, but they didn't typically have the 2 deep and 3 deep that a lot of SEC defensive lines have, of just big bodies to roll in there. And hey, Cincinnati, I think that's certainly a factor for them. Like I think their starting 22 is pretty good. I really do. I think they've got some really quality players. I've been talking about this all week, that I think it's not a case where you have some quality group of 5 teams. They have a good system, something they all believe in. They kind of rally around. That's not really Cincinnati. I mean, they do have a system somewhat, but it's more just they have some really good football players, some guys that will play on Sunday for a long time, but they certainly don't have the depth, that Alabama has. And so I think defensive line-wise, they have some guys that can really rush the passes. They get a really good defensive end, but they don't have that 2 or 3 deep guys to roll in. And again, a solid offensive line, but they haven't seen anything like they're going to see up front for Alabama. And I will say this too, Alabama, the thing, went back and as I watched tape, Alabama's defensive line has really played a lot better, as the season has progressed. Probably hasn't gotten quite as much press as some of the other positions, deservedly so. But it's more than just Will Anderson now. There's some guys in the middle of that defensive line that have really come on here in the second half of this year and played some good football.
You played a long time at Alabama, and I'm wondering, I mean, this team has been riddled with some high-profile injuries, and it seems like during championship years of the past, there may have been one key injury along the way that the team had to overcome. In your time playing, do you remember one major injury that you thought, man, that's going to hurt us? We got to really sort of rally around and pull together and overcome that one. Was there one in your time in Tuscaloosa that you thought, man, that is a brutal injury for us?
Man, you're putting me on the spot right there. I don't know. I'd have to go back and think about somebody that got hurt. I'm trying to think of
the answer then is no. If it doesn't pop to mind that
we
that guy hurt.
We didn't have that many guys get hurt. The thing that the ones that I remember were 2 years in a row for us at the Rams. And LT, I wish you were here to react to this. We had Sam Bradford tear his ACL. That's absolutely brutal in the NFL when you lose your quarterback. That is a horrible feeling. So yeah, that's probably the ones I remember. But we never had a quarterback hurt. Mark Ingram missed a few games at the very beginning of the 2010 season, but it wasn't that big of a deal. We won all the games he missed. So I really don't remember a specific injury. Honestly, there probably was one I'm forgetting somewhere along the road. But
in other words, you were echoing what I'm saying. For the most part, when Alabama is on a championship run,
yeah,
they may have a injury or two along the way, but it seems like this team has overcome some really major injuries to get here this year.
Dante Hightower, didn't he miss a whole year? I think he missed a whole
Yeah,
year
he
somewhere.
did. He did.
2010, I think it was maybe. That's probably the one that comes to mind that hurt us missing him. But maybe not quite to the level of I don't really ever remember us losing a guy that late in the year. Like John Mechie. To me, that's huge. I think it's enormous. It's going to be really interesting to me to see how Alabama reacts to it. Formationally, do we see more Jaleel Billingsley? Do we see more two tight end looks? Is one of those guys other than Brooks step up and play a little bit? I don't know, because I've talked about this on the show last time, but I think that Cincinnati's secondary is the strength of their defense. They're very good, and they have a lockdown corner who I think will be a top 20 pick in Chauncey Gardner. It will be very interesting to see, does he shadow Jamison Williams? They'll probably move him around, put him in a lot of spots formationally. So what does that look like? Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how they react to that, because to me that is a big question. That's obviously, you look at Georgia and where did it all go wrong? They just couldn't run with those guys. They couldn't cover them, and the pass rush wasn't good enough. And Bryce Young had time to pick them apart down the field. So that'll be interesting if they can really commit to covering Jamison Williams, who are the other guys that kind of step up for Alabama. Losing Mechie to me is enormous, and I think it will definitely be felt, maybe especially early on in this game against Cincinnati.
Barry Jones is with us. He is on the Pepsi Hotline. He joins us each week courtesy of Gus's World Famous Fried Chicken, 2201 2nd Avenue South. Grab some for the drive home. Great New Year's Eve party idea. Gus's World Famous Fried Chicken, GusFriedChicken.com. That's GusFriedChicken.com. How big an advantage is it for Alabama? And Nick Saban has done a great job at building depth in his staff and having football guys around the building. I know you've got a history with Joe Pendry. When Doug Marrone has to step out, you bring in an experienced guy like Joe Pendry that can kind of, to use a football term, keep the ball moving down the field, and you don't have a huge hiccup there.
Yeah, I mean, it's enormous. Obviously, that's one of the things that advantages that Alabama certainly has against anybody in the country. There's other schools that have done similar, but they've got a massive bench of analysts, and they've got analysts that have been like head coaches other places and coordinators, and so that's huge to have a guy like that step in. Coach Pendry was my offensive line coach when I first got to Alabama, so I know he's very capable of coaching the offensive line and does a fantastic job. So yeah, that's a big deal, and it's also a big deal just on that subject. Like I know that Coach Saban does not have any of the players looking forward, but I guarantee you that all those analysts have, once they got done with Cincinnati tape, they're already working on building a book for, especially Michigan. Obviously, they've already played Georgia, so they've probably already got a book on them. But building a book on Michigan, it's funny. Like I've heard in this kind of situations, they'll have they build these massive books of information. One of them usually never comes to fruition. Obviously, the team that loses, you don't end up playing. You might just, as an analyst, put in hundreds of hours of work that gets tossed in the trash if you don't play that team. So that's an advantage too, to have guys like that are working on it, so that when you do move on a semi-short week turnaround for a national championship game, you already have some preparation in the books.
Bill O'Brien missed a little time. He's back. The staff is almost completely whole now. So the preparation is moving in the right direction. He said yesterday how much he trusts Bryce Young to do anything and to make calls at the line and check out of plays. And I know that that's not always the case with offensive coordinators and quarterbacks. Are we to the point, and this is an on-the-spot question again, are we to the point, if I said all Saban team, we're putting it together, and at quarterback, I put Bryce Young? Am I out of whack saying Bryce Young, when we do the all Saban team, when it's all said and done, he could be the guy that ends up being ahead of AJ, ahead of Greg, ahead of all the other national championship winners, including the first round draft pick Mac Jones and Tua? I mean, is there a chance this kid is the all Saban team quarterback when Nick's time's done in Tuscaloosa?
Absolutely, there's a chance. With the success of those guys you just named, the reality is that a lot of that's going to be dependent on how this thing finishes. I do think that probably in my memory, I think more has been put on Bryce Young than any of the guys you just listed. I mean, Bryce Young really has had to carry this team a lot this year, whereas in years past there was so much talent around. It was such an obvious. I've gotten criticized for things because I've said this before. I mean, obviously, look, there's still a lot of talent in this Alabama team. I'm not saying that they're not talented. I mean, they're still very talented. But, I look at, I've done this with some friends actually, kind of thinking about, okay, an all Saban team. How many of these guys would be on an all Saban team, on this team? And there's not a ton of them, really, if I'm being honest with you. I mean, Will Anderson probably, you put him on there, and maybe Bryce Young. And then, James Williams, yeah, he's a great player. There's a lot of great receivers. That's a tough one, So how many of those guys would actually be on there? I think more has been put on Bryce Young. He has had to put the team on his back so many times this year, and that's part of what separated him. But again, it's all going to be about how it finishes because there's still a tough road left, and obviously you have to get past a good Cincinnati team and either a Michigan team or a Georgia team that you've already seen. So it's a big road to go, but I think that certainly will be a conversation worth having if they're able to finish this thing off.
All right, he is Barrett Jones. You will hear him on the ESPN radio call of this upcoming game Friday. Alabama taking on Cincinnati, 2:30 from AT&T Stadium just down the road here in Arlington. Barrett, we'll see you at Jerry World Friday, man. Safe travels.
I'll see you there. What's the media hotel? Where are you guys right now?
It's the Omni.
Oh, man, big time.
You ever stayed in the Omni? It's a nice hotel.
I have stayed there. I can't afford it, so I'll be in the Hilton over there by the it's where ESPN put me. I wanted to be in that. Have you guys been to that new Live by Lowe's hotel over there and gone and seen the like Ballpark Village area kind of deal over there by the Ranger Stadium? If you haven't,
I have not.
Yeah, that's out in Arlington, right?
It's very cool. I know it's a little far from you guys, but you need to go there before the game. There's a lot of good barbecue restaurants right on the stadium. Really cool setup. That's where we stayed for the Big 12 championship, and you walk over to the game. It was awesome. But anyway, that's a free commercial for Live, whatever it's called.
I mean, I'm all about it. We may try it today. Dunaway was asking for my plans later today, and I had no plans. So you may have just given us plans.
The brisket at Lockhart Barbecue. Go over there when the show's over. Go ahead and brisket up. It's good.
Done it. Everybody makes a big deal out of Pecan Lodge. Lockhart will have a little bit of a line too. It's phenomenal. I bet
they've got one at Live. They've got one there inside. So that's what I'm saying. Go over there.
Okay.
Get one at Live and watch games up on the big screens. Pretty cool.
All right. Great idea by Barrett. We'll put it on the list. Thank you, Barrett. We'll see you Friday, man.
All right, guys. See you later.
All right. That is Barrett Jones with us. Courtesy of Gus's World Famous Fried Chicken. He joins us each week, GusFriedChicken.com. That is GusFriedChicken.com. Like all of our guests, Barrett appeared on the Pepsi hotline.
Earlier, Matt Zenitz of On3 Sports told us that Charlie Weiss Jr. Was likely going to be the OC for Lane Kiffin in Oxford. Matt also pointing out that a familiar name to Alabama fans, Wilson Love, could be leaving Ole Miss. He's been with Lane Kiffin a long, long time. I think he left Alabama and went with Lane to FAU and then went with him to Ole Miss. Wilson Love is the leading candidate to be the head strength and conditioning coach at Oregon.
Yep.
With Dan Lanning. So he could be on his way out to Oregon with Dan Lanning as he sort of gets his own first head coaching staff together.
Isn't it funny how incestuous this little group is?
Well,
I mean, it's all these guys that were with Saban at Alabama, and they just hire each other all over the place. Like Dan Lanning leaves Georgia. Now he's coming after the strength and conditioning assistant that was with Cochran when Dan Lanning was at Alabama. I mean, it's funny watching all these guys that work together at some point in Tuscaloosa. They branch out and they end up hiring one another.
But I think you want that comfort level of if I use this terminology or say this thing, you know exactly what I'm talking about because I'm reading from a notebook
That's right.
I did in 2015 when I was in Tuscaloosa, or 2016 through 18, whenever I was with Kirby here or there. So you want to have somebody that speaks the same language you do, and Wilson Love would be that guy. So I just am surprised to see him leaving Lane's side. He's been with Lane so many times. If he ends up taking this job, that surprises me a little bit there. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. We appreciate Nichols moving into 2022 with us.
Absolutely, we do. And listen, if you've got that outdoorsman, the outdoors person in your family, Nichols is the place you need to take them. One of the largest firearm showrooms in the state, the best bow technical team anywhere. Nichols Outfitters has the inventory and the expertise to get you what you're looking for. Just off exit 242 in Pelham or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Joseph agreed with where Barrett eventually got Dante Hightower in 2009, but the defense was so stacked you really couldn't notice that he was out.
I think you made your point that if you have to think that hard about it, there probably aren't a lot of them.
Lone Soldier says the loss of backup running backs for Alabama is a factor, having only Robinson and Sanders as the only remaining roster running backs. That's hurt them. Having to convert players to running back could be the issue. They've gotten past it so far in that situation, but the depth is thin. Brian Robinson should be, from all reports, healthier than he's been in a long, long time. And he gutted it out in the SEC championship game. To me, it's the Mechie injury. And how much does that allow Cincinnati now to focus on Jameson Williams? And can your guy, Slade Bolden, who you talk to every day with our exclusive players diary every day, what can Slade Bolden contribute? He told us, I think, before last time he was on with us in Birmingham, before he started doing the diary with us, that he's going to stay in his same position, slot. They're going to replace Mechie with one of the younger guys, so his role isn't going to change too much. But I wonder if the comfort level of Bryce Young and him being on the field together in some clutch moments, if that means more targets for Slade.
Yeah, I mean, just because he doesn't change position doesn't mean the ball doesn't come at him more. You know what I'm saying?
Right, yeah.
Like, that's what you're saying is, and we saw some of it with when Mechie was out in the second half of that SEC championship game. Bolden got a lot more involved and made a key catch. I'm not going to remember the exact scenario, but it seems like it was a 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7, and Alabama was trying to bleed clock and threw it to him and got another first down, threw the ball, trying to bleed clock and just run it and punt. They were trying to extend the possession, and Bryce Young found him over the middle, and I think he picked up like 12, 13 yards, kept the clock moving. Yep. So, those are key plays that if you've got comfort with a guy, you find him.
You got Trash ready to go?
I do, my friend.
All right. Trash with Brownie. LT a little under the weather today. Brown will handle the trash duties when we come back. Part of the show today being brought to you by Alabama Men's Clinic, alabamamensclinic.com. They want to take a problem out of your life. If you have low testosterone, or maybe you don't even know if you have low testosterone or not. Maybe you're just having a hard time sleeping, or maybe your energy is not the same as it was 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. Maybe your workouts aren't the same. You're getting no results at all from working out all the time. Your libido is not the same. All those can be signs. One of them or all of them could be a sign of a low testosterone problem. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. You call up this number and set up an appointment, 205-598-7000, 598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. And you could get a free first visit. All you have to do is go by, set that appointment up, get a medical consultation and blood work. And if medically advised that day, you start your low T treatments that day in the office. Your first visit's free. You get all the details, set up that appointment, and find out how depression in your life could go away with the right balance of testosterone in your life by calling 598-7000. That's 205-598-7000 or alabamamensclinic.com. Trash is next. The next round continues from Dallas after this quick timeout.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to GetShipStarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself.
Go to GetShipStarted.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2020, but I've been crazy about fishing since I was a kid. You know, my new job, it gives me plenty of time off, so I know I'll be back to the lake in no time. I'm making great money, staying in shape at the gym at work, and I have a take-home car, which saves the miles on my truck. And it's not all cops and robbers either. You know, during my training, I learned to do an aerial search in a helicopter. Who gets to do that at work? Last week, we helped find a veteran suffering from Alzheimer's who just wandered off. See, that's a job I can feel great about doing.
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and Insta.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
It is trivia night in Birmingham, Alabama, and that means a trip to Odie's.
That's right. Week off from trivia, probably a good thing. And they'll pick it back up next Wednesday night. World famous, award-winning trivia at Odie's each week. Lance and Rockstar are always out there. Odie's is a Birmingham institution in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooks up incredible lunches and dinners for almost 25 years. Burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, including the show favorite, the Diablo. Fantastic patio for viewing inside or outside. See Will Haver and the great staff at Odie's Tavern in Crestline Village.
Wade on Twitter drops this little nugget from NFL on CBS. Best career quarterback winning percentage among the quarterbacks drafted in 2019. Joe Burrow is 11-13-1 right now, 460. I don't think anybody would turn Joe Burrow away from the door. Justin Herbert is 14-16 with a 467 winning percentage. Kyler Murray is a 489, a lot more games, 21 wins, 22 losses, and a tie. Mac Jones has slipped to 9-6 in his rookie season, a 600 winning percentage. And there's your boy Tua Tagovailoa, who has now got to his 19th game. He's 12-7, so a winning percentage anyway of all those quarterbacks. Tua's at the top of the list.
Well, he's played with a pretty good defense in Miami. But don't forget, last year he took over the starting job very early in the season, and they went into week 17, into the last game, done away a win, and you go to the playoffs against Buffalo. Now, it was a disaster. But still, I mean, that was how good they were last year, and here they are on a 7-game win streak this year with controlling their playoff destiny. So in his entire time as a starter, Tua's been where Rockstar loves to talk about the basketball teams on the bubble.
Yep. Joe Burrow, probably of those 5 quarterbacks would be the one I would take if I was redrafting again.
Well, the fact that he's coming off a 525-yard passing game probably contributes to you saying that.
But after that, I don't know who I'd pick second. I mean, Mac was a great answer for a while. He's trending in a very, rookie wall mediocre ending to his season. We'll see what happens the final few weeks. Kyler Murray was good early. He's going in the wrong direction. Justin Herbert's been inconsistent. And then there's Tua. So it's a pretty good list of quarterbacks who seem to be all in a not horrible place moving forward. A good read in the morning rounds this morning from our friends at the Big Lead on 10 starting quarterbacks in the NFL likely to lose their job next year. Whose picture do you think they used?
10 starting quarterbacks likely to lose their job. I'm going to guess. I don't know. Who is it?
The picture they use is Baker Mayfield's.
Yeah.
Yeah. The biggest the one that would get you to click on the story.
Oh yeah, but it's probably the most legitimate one too.
It's the one that, probably going into the year nobody thought would happen. And
right.
It does seem like Baker's time is trending in a bad direction. Let's get to trash. It's brought to you every day by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Lunsford.
Well, 3 buildings have been destroyed after an intense fire ripped through them in Rumford, and now all that's left is a pile of rubble.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Pay off debt, renovate your home, buy yourself a pinball machine that's been sitting in your eBay cart. You can do all those things with the cash out refinance and Mortgage Right. See more mortgageright.com/TNR, mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. Dunaway, this seems like a pretty bad idea. That's what gets you in trash. The top executive at Servotronics Incorporated has resigned following nearly a 6-month internal investigation into his conduct. Now, you hear a lot of people get fired, right? And we look into their conduct. There are a lot of reasons why. This guy was removed as board chairman, the company announced Monday. They design, develop, and control companies that design and develop for government applications. Knives, bayonets, pocket knives, machines, things like that, right? They started looking into this guy who was put on administrative leave after an employee filed a lawsuit in the state Supreme Court in Buffalo alleging that he forced male employees to visit brothels and adult dance clubs and engage with the workers there.
It sounds like a
fireable offense.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Sounds like the character on The Office that was Steve Carell's friend that was the old sales guy that used to be sales buddies.
Todd Packer?
Yeah, when Packer would come to town. Packer would have been that kind of boss.
That guy was I can't remember if Lunsford likes The Office or not.
I do, yes.
That guy's a fantastic character.
Yes.
I mean, he's super cringy. One of the offices I watched on the plane over here was one of his episodes.
When he pooped in the office?
He did not. That was not the one, but
that was
he has done that.
His
one.
best
You're
episode is when Michael gets reprimanded for saying that's what she said, and he comes out and tries to apologize, and Packer just stares at him and kind of gives him that wink and a smile, and he has to say it one more time. I mean, he's hilarious.
Oh, it is a great character there. He's still the director of the company, but he's not going to be the chairman of the board anymore. So not good decision-making by him. Ranker.com has top celebrities nobody cares about anymore. I got 20 of them. I won't give you all of them, but I'm a little surprised some of them are on here. Kevin James.
He burned bright, when he was, what was King of Queens?
King of Queens, yeah.
I mean, many people thought he was riding the coattails of Ray Romano when that show was popular, and that's the only reason that show was good, but it had some funny moments. I liked him, but then he started doing movies. I would say he jumped the shark with the mall cops.
Paul Blart.
Yeah.
Cameron Diaz.
I've always liked her. She's in the Holiday movie. But I'm trying to think the last time she did anything. Her jump the shark moment, I would go with Bad Teacher.
Oh, interesting. Ashley Judd. When did Ashley jump the shark?
Ashley Judd, man.
Have you thought of her in a while?
Yeah, I hadn't thought of her in a while. So far this list is really good. Ashley Judd, I really liked her in some New Orleans double homicide.
Oh, that was
Double Jeopardy.
Double Jeopardy, yeah.
God, I'm on a fire today.
You are?
three things that were
You
real.
are. Meg Ryan. Love Meg Ryan. She's number 9 here.
Yeah, we just watched. It's a family tradition around the holidays to watch You Got Mail. Her and Tom Hanks. So we just, my daughter and my wife loved that movie. Just watched her, and she went a little a different direction after all her. She wasn't the same. She got tired of being portrayed as her characters in all of those movies.
Right.
So she had to do some cutting edge movies, and that's when she jumped the shark.
Interesting.
I think when she did a full frontal, and all the Meg Ryan fans jumped off the boat.
We had dinner with this guy one time, Cuba Gooding Jr. I haven't thought of him in a long time.
Me too. Since
Since we had dinner with him.
2013.
I think we ended his career.
Yeah, out in Malibu, not Malibu. Where did I say?
You always say
Santa Monica.
Santa Monica.
No.
The top 3, according to Ranker.com, celebrities nobody cares about anymore. Chevy Chase, number 3. I don't think a lot about Chevy Chase. I see him, Christmas Vacation every year. That's about it.
Yeah, probably jumped the shark when the story came out that he was not a nice guy on the Community.
Nicolas Cage. I don't think a lot about Nick Cage anymore.
But isn't he in the Matrix coming back? No, that's not him. Never mind. There you go.
There's
There's the old Dunaway right there. Had the no-hitter going until the 6th until we started talking about it. Boom. Okay. Oh.
Let's go to the pen. And Bill Cosby is number 1. That's probably good.
Yeah. There's a reason why nobody thinks about him anymore.
Here's a bad story from Alexa. Now you could get our show on Alexa. We suggest you do that. We suggest you don't do this. Amazon has updated its Alexa voice assistant after it challenged a 10-year-old girl to touch a coin to the prongs of a half-inserted plug.
It did not say that.
I mean, that's what this story says.
The Alexa actually said that.
Yep. The suggestion came after the 10-year-old girl asked Alexa for a quote-unquote a challenge to do. Alexa, give me a challenge to do, she would have said. Sorry if that set off your Alexas at home. And Alexa apparently said, plug in a phone charger about halfway into a wall outlet, then touch a penny to the exposed prongs. Now, Alexa's admitting they fixed the error. I mean, that is...
that's going to give you a little bit of a shock.
You're going to know you did it, yeah. There's no doubt about that. You're going to know you did it. I mean, it's crazy to think about.
Little girl okay?
Well, I think so. I didn't read the rest of the story.
I'll tell you what that device is doing now. I won't say the name, is to set them off in everybody's homes or offices right now. But what that device is doing, at least in my home, it doesn't do it in our office for some reason. But in my home, occasionally it will just blurt out, or it'll have the alert light on. And you'll say, what is my alert? And it'll say, we were wondering if you are happy with your internet provider right now. It's almost robocalling me at this point. And it starts doing that, and I'm like, shut up, Alexa. And then and my daughter gets mad for me yelling at a device. And now if I go, name of device, what's the weather today in Dallas? And it will give me the answer, and then it will go, I can also tell you right now the top 5 things you could buy at Best Buy. And I'd be like, are you kidding me? So, I mean, that's real quickly could get unplugged.
Yeah, very quickly. Finally on Trash, presented by Mortgage Right. People are sharing their most unpopular opinions on Reddit. I want to see how many of these you guys agree with, all right? Most unpopular opinions on Reddit. Putting a period at the end of a text message adds aggression. I don't believe that. It just adds an ending.
I
double question mark, double exclamation mark. I've had this discussion with Lance. That's aggression.
I'm older, so I don't text like the kids do. So
Yeah.
I throw periods and exclamation points and commas in text, and I know I probably shouldn't do that.
Ice cream in a bowl is superior to ice cream in a cone.
If I'm in the mood to eat the cone, I will get the cone, but it is more enjoyable in a cup or a bowl because you're not going to spill any at that point. It's not going to run all over your hand.
Airplane seats should not recline. I never recline.
I never recline it, and I hate when the people in front of me do. So
you would agree with this one?
100%, it should not recline.
America should forget tipping and just raise prices and pay servers more.
No.
Okay.
No.
You like to be able to send the message, don't you?
Well, no, I don't send a message. I over tip.
Yeah. Well, that's a message.
Almost 90% of the time I over tip, not just normal tip. But, not everybody, not me sometimes. Sometimes I can't afford to over tip. So
Right.
I've got to tip normal, and some people can't afford to tip. But if you're going to charge everybody a certain amount of price, it's either going to raise the price and hurt everybody, or it's going to limit the server from getting some extra money from a bozo like me.
These are Reddit unpopular opinions. Babies should be banned from movie theaters. There should be a age you have to. Yeah.
I don't think banned. I just think you need to know the room. Like, should a baby be banned from a restaurant? No, but if your baby is going crazy or your little 2-year-old's going crazy, I always got up and took my kid outside. Either if it was bad weather, we'd go in the car. If it was good, we'd walk around outside, and I would get them away from that situation, because they're going to be kids. They can't help it, but you don't want to disturb people at your table or the entire restaurant.
Being too cold is better than being too hot.
I am too cold right now, but
Really?
I'd rather be too cold than too hot.
Okay, so you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, if I was sitting here as hot as I am cold right now, I would be miserable. This kind of cold sort of just keeps me on edge.
And finally, the night before a day off work is better than the actual day off.
It is true. That is 100% true.
I kind of like that too.
Yeah,
and now that if the day off is like going to the golf course, something like that, maybe not.
I like having the next day off.
Right.
And at night, you're free to do anything you want, because you can do whatever. You don't have to wake up and do anything. And I don't have show notes to do, and I don't have this to do. So yes, 100%.
There's freedom. Yeah. That is Trash, presented by Mortgage Right. They can help you turn equity into cash in your pocket with a cash out refinance. Simply go to mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. Mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, equal housing lender.
A couple of notes here from college football. We'll hear from Bill O'Brien coming up in our next segment. The Alabama OC who joined the team here in Dallas yesterday. Ben McKee is reporting that Josh Heupel has just told them that right tackle Cade Mays will not play tomorrow against Purdue. So Cade Mays is out, not giving a reason why he will not play against Purdue. If that changes your office pool or official betting decisions on Tennessee and Purdue. Adam Rittenberg confirming what Matt Zennis told us earlier, that Wilson Love is on his way to Oregon, it looks like, to be the new strength and conditioning coach. He had been with Lane at Ole Miss and Florida Atlantic, and with coworkers back at Alabama as well. So that story is developing as we speak. Part of our show, especially this hour, brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken. They're also on for the Cotton Bowl special tonight, 5 to 7. Make sure you join us back on all our video platforms for a special show tonight, 5 to 7. You got anybody lined up yet? Special guests to be on the show?
Not yet.
Okay, some special guests coming up tonight, 5 to 7, who will be with us. But Champy's Chicken always with you, coming up for lunch right now or dinner tonight. All your parties in the office, your business meetings. I mean, we'd have a meeting about at least once a month in my old TV days, sometimes twice a month. It was always pizza. It was just so easy and convenient for people just to get pizza, but you get tired in offices of eating pizza. Think outside the box. Think with our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken. Sterling will cater your office meetings, your office parties. He caters your tailgates during football season. Champy's World Famous Chicken, tamales, chicken on a stick, great chicken plate, side, the bruised bird. It's all right there. Champy's World Famous Chicken, champy'schicken.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Find your next set of Michelin tires at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The next round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoff. Thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Hemp Hill Services, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day plus specialty shows every night. The college football playoffs on the next round.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you from Dallas, Todd Furman at the top of the hour. Some last-minute bets on these college bowl games for you. His thoughts, plus the NFL coming up this weekend. We'll talk to Furman at the top of the hour. I think Lunsford is throwing together some facts of fiction for us later. How's that coming, Lunsford? Going good?
It's coming.
All right. Do you have 4 of them already?
I have 6 of them already.
Wow.
Okay, there you go.
I don't have my whiteboard. How can we do fact and fiction without a whiteboard?
That's enough, man. 6 is good. So you've got that dialed in. Way to go. And I want to do something. I want to try this with the Farmfolio chat room as well. I'll send out a notice to you guys in the chat room over there. But after we talk to Furman in the 12-20 segment, I'd love to just do a little Q&A over in the Farmfolio chat room. You guys ask any question over there, and we'll bounce around and answer those. That's coming up. All in the final hour of the show. But we're about to hear from Bill O'Brien after Brownie tells us about our friends at Ship. Forgot your name for a second.
I'm Ryan Brown. Jim, nice to meet you.
Man.
Hey, and today's ever-changing market, your supply chain is a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, affordable shipments are crucial. With more than 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done. LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited. Ship Happens is ready to bring a solution to all your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
Big story yesterday was Bill O'Brien showing up here, and we've talked a little bit about it. I'd like to get into it a little bit more here. First, here's Bill O'Brien just on the excitement of being able to be back in touch and in action on the field with his offense.
I feel good. Personally, I'm excited to be back. I got in this morning after talking with our trainer, Jeff Allen, about the changes to the SEC protocols. And throughout the time when I was in Tuscaloosa, I've been able to do my job virtually. It's pretty amazing what technology, you guys probably know more about that than me, but every meeting, every practice, I was able to be involved with. So it was really, really good back in Tuscaloosa for me, but obviously, excited to be here right now.
So that's Bill on the excitement. What I really want to get into is two things, because we don't hear a lot from Bill O'Brien, right?
Yeah.
Since he became the coach. You don't talk to the coordinators at Tuscaloosa until we get to this point. One time before the season and now to the postseason. Same with freshmen. So here we are with Bill O'Brien. And it's a chance for him to talk about his Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. I mean, very rarely do you have an OC. There's only a handful of you that a handful of OCs that have a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. So here's Bill O'Brien on the trust for Bryce Young.
Relationships with quarterbacks are really obviously a big part of being in the position that I've been in, whether it's at Alabama or the other places I've been. I mean, there has to be a trust. And from day one, when Bryce walked in the office, when I got to Alabama, he had a really good knowledge of the offense, which is a testament to last year's coaching staff and also Mac Jones and his ability to mentor Bryce, last year. So Bryce had a good understanding, and we started talking about the offense, and it was a good relationship right from the start, and it developed a bond and a trust right from the start. And when you're dealing with a quarterback of the talent level, but also the intelligence of Bryce, that trust is easy, and he's able to be involved in the game plans, and it's just been a really a great experience for me, one of the best experiences of my career.
Yeah, and so here we go. I mean, a first-year starter and a guy who's been in the NFL, and he says, "Man, you've earned my trust. Whatever you want to call it, the line. You check into whatever you want to do." And I think that kind of trust paid off in that Iron Bowl come from behind win, and that those waning seconds, the ability to know that your guy's going to make the right call had been built up over the course of the season, where he was able to deliver when the seconds were ticking off that clock and your season was about to go to the wayside.
Well, I mean, there's no doubt. And when you've got, an even-keeled guy like he is that just doesn't get caught up in the emotions, I think you trust him even more, don't you?
Yep.
That they're not going to make the wrong emotional decision.
And I agree. So the trust there was important. And all that trust has come from the people Bill O'Brien has been around. And he had a chance to talk about that really for the first time, at least since August, and maybe for the first time for all of you to hear. Bill O'Brien talking about getting a chance to coach with Bill Belichick and Nick Saban, two of the best ever to do it. Here's the Alabama OC.
I take a lot of pride in working for two of the greatest coaches of all time in any sport. Coach Belichick, Coach Saban. I've learned so much from both of them. And there's some fundamentals that they both believe in: hard work, trust, loyalty, smart football teams, teams that play selfless, complementary football. They both believe in that. And then, obviously they're both two different people. And I respect the hell out of both of them. And I'm grateful for the opportunity that I've had. Not many people can say, I think you can count on one hand how many people can say they've worked for both guys. And I'm just extremely proud of that.
So that's Bill O'Brien yesterday talking upon his arrival here in Dallas and setting the table for his return as a play caller for Alabama as they play Cincinnati coming up on Friday. Todd Furman is next. He'll join us out here in beautiful Dallas, Texas on a drizzly day, but everyone's excited for 3 more bowl games. Who Furman thinks will win today? Can Clemson finish the season on a hot streak and get win number 10 for them? That's all coming up on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Takeuchi is a world leader in innovation for compact mini excavators, track loaders, and skid steers, and they continue to dominate the market today in design, capability, and power. With so many attachment possibilities ranging from milling heads to heavy-duty brush grapples to landscape buckets, versatility is unmatched. Contact Cowan Equipment today to experience this firsthand on your job site. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Give them a call today, 1-800-239-2694, or visit them online. Go to Cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call our friends at Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades. That phone number, 1-800-239-2694, or visit them online, Cowan.com. Hey, beginning this month, our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, they're introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention offer code TNR to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES1.
Life never stops moving. Between the 30-minute commutes, daycare pickups, and that weekend trip to Grandma's, you're racking up the miles. What you need is a tire that can keep up, like the exceptionally long-lasting Michelin Defender tire. With an 80,000-mile warranty and the safety you expect, you can lose track of the miles and focus on what really matters, the memories made along the way. Stop in today. Vehicle safety you can depend on. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit vulcantireandauto.com.
Bridge and Root is an exclusive men's shop located in downtown Birmingham. They specialize in uniqueness, authenticity, and quality. They offer styles that are refreshing and different. Bridge and Root gives you the ability to shop with ease while being educated on styles, colors, fabrics, and the how-tos in men's fashion. From men's clothing to body care, you will find it at Bridge and Root. Located at 2212 Morris Avenue, Suite 200 on 1st Avenue North, you can also visit their website at bridgeandroot.com. That's bridgeandroot.com.
Hi, I'm Electra, up here on the Alabama Power Building watching the Magic City grow like magic. But it's not magic. It's movers and shakers like you. Being a statue, I'm jealous, especially since First Bank opened in Homewood, with local decision makers and great digital banking that make you unstoppable. I'm still a statue, but at least that big guy on the skyline shakes me up.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Stay up to date with the next round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, final hour of the show. Todd Furman standing by in a second. We'll do a 3 and out in this segment as well. And then we'll open up questions in the Farmfolio chat room to do a little Q&A over there. And then Lunsford has a little fact or fiction for us, all still to come this hour, live from the Omni Hotel in overcast and at times rainy Dallas, Texas today after a beautiful 79-degree day yesterday. We're here at the media and hospitality location for the Goodyear Cotton Bowl, the 86th edition that'll happen at AT&T Stadium coming up on Friday. You've heard a lot from Bill O'Brien and Luke Fickell and Brian Robinson and some of the other people participating in this big game here between the Tide and the Bearcats. And we're going to talk to Todd Furman about all the games going on after I give you the headlines, brought to you by our friends at Standifer.
Yeah, auto rates have lowered 4 times the past 12 months, so it is a great time to call the Standifer Insurance Group for an insurance checkup. 205-664-3200. That's 205-664-3200. Have your coverages ready and what you pay each month. And let them run the numbers for you, see if they could save like they did for me. StandiferinsuranceGroup.com.
Kirby Smart saying today in a media availability down in Miami that he believes Georgia will be near full strength for the semifinal game, even after recent COVID-19 issues. And that's good news.
Yeah.
Obviously, JT Daniels and George Pickens rejoined the team this week coming out of protocol, and it looks like no other growing problems inside the Georgia football program.
But you mentioned JT Daniels. He did say Stetson Bennett is the starter, and Daniels would, just play if necessary during the game, basically, is what he said. Yeah. So any speculation that JT Daniels might be starting, Kirby at least tried to squash that today.
Yep, absolutely. That's something he's been doing all year long. Also, in the headlines, big basketball night happening tonight here in the back in the state of Alabama, where we're usually located. 2 top 20 matchups in the state. LSU and Auburn play each other at 6 o'clock on ESPN2. LSU's 12-0, Auburn's 11-1. People debate are either one of those the best teams in the SEC. And if it's not LSU or Auburn, could it be Tennessee and Alabama? They play each other tonight. 14th ranked Tennessee, 19th ranked Alabama, 8 o'clock ESPN2. Auburn and Alabama both favored in that game. Auburn by 4, Alabama by 2.5. And those are your headlines today.
All right, let's go out to the desert. Todd Furman with Outkick and BetTheBoardPodcast.com. He is also on Twitter at Todd Furman. He is with us now on the Pepsi Hotline. What's up, Furman? How are you?
I'm doing very well this morning, gentlemen. How are you boys doing in lovely Dallas?
We are doing well. It was lovely yesterday. Felt like summer here yesterday. A little rainy today, but that's all right. They play in a dome. We don't have to worry about that. As we approach the game, how you feel on the total, the over-under on Alabama-Cincinnati? Where do you feel about that? And how do you feel about where this number is falling? Just kind of give us a breakdown now that you've been able to digest as much as possible on where you stand on Bama-Cincinnati.
Yeah, I think the total is probably, from a betting perspective, the best market to try and attack at. When you look at this number that was 58, you start to see some under money coming yesterday, and I'm fully on board with that particular move. When you consider that Alabama should have a massive advantage in the trenches, and when you dig into Cincinnati, the strength of their team defensively has been in its secondary. They have 2 guys that could be potential first-round picks in Sauce Gardner and Kobe Bryant, but I think Cincinnati's run defense leaves a lot to be desired, and with a healthier Brian Robinson, you have to think that that's going to be a focal point of Alabama, trying to stay ahead of down and distance, not needing to lean on Bryce Young the same way they did in the SEC title game. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ball, I mean, this is a Cincinnati team that's really struggled for consistency as far as getting ahead of the chains. So much of what they've tried to do is utilize Desmond Ridder's legs to extend plays. But you look at their skill position players, and I don't think Alec Pierce or Ford really scare you a ton if you're Alabama. Cincinnati, a little underwhelming on the offensive line. And if they're constantly in 3rd and long and 3rd and intermediates, I think that'll play into Alabama's hands. So I think this could take on a similar tenor as we've seen with Alabama in the past. Get a big lead and take the air out of the ball, forcing Cincinnati to play from behind.
All right, Todd, since we started with the semifinals, let's keep rolling. Georgia and Michigan. A lot of pressure on Kirby Smart in this game after losing the SEC championship. He's the favorite again. What happens in this game? Can Michigan score enough points to win it?
You know, pretty wild to see how the narrative around Georgia has changed in the wake of that SEC championship game performance. But all the people that are clamoring for Michigan to be able to put a true scare into Georgia, I think leave out one key factor here, in that Michigan can't do the same things against this Georgia defense that Alabama was able to do. There's no John Mechie. There's no Jamison Williams. And if Michigan is in known passing situations, there's a lot of reservations about Cade McNamara and his ability to stretch the field. When you look at Michigan, when they played one top 10 rushing defense earlier this year in the form of Wisconsin, they averaged less than 3 yards per carry. Now, Cade raised his level of play, but Michigan was never really put in a position of stress as far as their defense was concerned because Wisconsin turned the ball over and Michigan had one drive in that game, scoring drive that covered more than 60 yards. I look at Georgia's defensive front, and they're going to make Michigan one-dimensional. Even with a healthy Blake Corum out there, I don't think Michigan scares you in that regard. They're going to stay committed to the ground game. That's what Josh Gaddis does. But I think for Michigan to be successful, they're going to need a trick play or two. You'll have to see a package dedicated to J.J. McCarthy and most likely throwing out of that situation. But I also think Georgia's offensive line can have some success against Aiden Hutchinson and Ajabo. I really believe this is a buy low spot for Georgia, and I'm hoping this number comes down to 7, maybe even 6.5 for me to try and back the Bulldogs for a value bet.
With you've seen Kirby Smart do this, Furman, that even if he can throw the ball at will, he still loves running that football, bleeding that clock, protecting that defense. It's the way Harbaugh is going to play anyway. This screams low-scoring game. Is that kind of what you feel?
This total is so low for me at 45. I'm curious to see exactly what the track will look like in South Florida. Maybe there's a potential for some weather there. Not one of the faster buildings that you'll see a college football playoff game played in, so I can see making a slight case for going under the total. But my fear here is that Georgia may come out and be a little bit more aggressive. I think Stetson Bennett has to make those throws. And if Georgia wants to have some success by keeping this Michigan defense off balance, you have to throw in non-traditional throwing down. So as much as Kirby Smart's tendency will be to run on first and second, setting up third and short, I think Stetson Bennett has to throw on first down and keep this Michigan team off balance, because you do have a mismatch, in my opinion, the biggest one for the Georgia offense, in the form of Brock Bowers. I mean, this is a guy at 6'4", 230 that Michigan doesn't see week in, week out in Big Ten play. And when you look at the numbers he put up against Alabama, 10 catches for $139, I have to think he's got to feature prominently in forcing Michigan to really defend the middle of the field.
A couple of games today, Furman, I'm interested in. First of all, Clemson, who played a lot better football down the stretch, playing Iowa State down in Orlando, 445 ESPN. Can Dabo's team stick the landing here and finish strong and get back to 10 wins?
Real concerns, obviously, about motivation for Clemson. This is a team that's been a perennial college football playoff contender. And when you look at the way this season's played out, will they get excited about this particular bowl matchup, especially with losing your offensive and defensive coordinators? But Clemson, to their credit, played a little better down the stretch. Defensively, they were stout. And I think matched up against an Iowa State team that's down its primary weapon in Breece Hall, who elected to forego the bowl game, is going to put Brock Purdy and company in a lot of trouble. When I look at this Iowa State team, extremely disappointing. They never lived up to some of that preseason hype that surrounded Matt Campbell and company. And I just get the feeling something is a little bit off with this Iowa State program. So I would definitely lean towards Clemson. Don't think you're stealing anything by any stretch of the imagination, but I think the Tigers is a team that should be a little bit more engaged and entrenched in this particular matchup.
Todd Furman is with us on the Pepsi hotline. You can get him at Outkick, also bettheboardpodcast.com, bettheboardpodcast.com. And he is always with us on Twitter as well at Todd Furman. Well, I froze up there for a second. And you worried about me?
I am a little bit, yes.
At Todd Furman on Twitter. Furman, let's talk about a game where it feels like both teams are about as close as opt-outs go, about as close to full strength maybe as possible. That's Ole Miss and Baylor. And there's such contrasting styles in the Sugar Bowl. This is a fascinating game to me. Lane Kiffin wants to go as up-tempo, as fast-paced as he can, and Dave Aranda loves to slow it down. Contrasting tempos, how do you see this game playing out?
It's so interesting because I think both teams are going to have some success moving the football. When you look at Ole Miss, a lot of what they do defensively in the 3-3-5 is predicated on forcing teams to run the football and not giving up big plays over the top. But that plays right into the hands of what Baylor wants to do. They're more than comfortable to take 4 or 5 yards and put together relatively methodical drives by college football standards in 2021. Now, on the other side, I don't think Baylor's defense has really been tested the way they will by this Ole Miss offense. And when you look at Ole Miss down the stretch, I mean, they were a glorified under team. You look at some of their totals: 65.5 in the Egg Bowl, 52 points; 64.5 against Vanderbilt, 48 points; 58 against A&M, 48 points scored in that game, and against Liberty, he's had a total of 67, and there were 41 points. I think odds makers have been forced to adjust this total down a bit, and I think it's actually an overreaction to Ole Miss being a little bit more defensive-minded. But let's keep in mind that this Rebels team will be healthier on the offensive side than they were the last time we saw them on the football field over a month ago. And knowing how fast the track can be in New Orleans, I actually like this game over the total. I think both teams are going to have success moving the football, and Baylor may have to come out of its comfort zone a little bit to throw if Ole Miss decides to commit an extra man or two into the box.
To the NFL with Todd Furman, bettheboardpodcast.com, Outkick at Todd Furman on Twitter, the former odds maker at Caesars Palace. He's with us on the Pepsi hotline. That Raiders-Colts game is a massive playoff implication game. What are you doing with that one right now with Carson Wentz?
Yeah, I mean, that's the $100 million question. If Wentz is unavailable and we're talking about Sam Ehlinger out there under center, I would gravitate towards going under the total, and I may still make a strong case to go under in this matchup as well. This is a Raiders team who surprised me in recent weeks. I know they sit at 8-7, very much in control of their own playoff destiny, but the one thing about the Raiders is there is nothing to speak of as far as their offense is concerned. You look at some of their recent results, and other than the game against the Dallas Cowboys on Thanksgiving, you have to go back to October 24th to find the only other game that the Raiders scored more than 20 points in a contest. Not exactly a ringing endorsement for a team that does control where it can go as far as getting into the postseason, but the Raiders defensively have risen to the occasion other than against Kansas City and Dallas. I think this game is low scoring with or without Carson Wentz. We know the Colts are going to commit to running the football, and knowing that that offensive line should be a little bit healthier this week than the group that finished against Arizona, I think it'll take 21 to 24 points max to win it, and I like the game under.
If I take Green Bay and Kansas City off the table for you, and I have to go to the window and make a future bet to win the Super Bowl, and you can't pick Packers or Chiefs, where do I go?
Well, I think the low-hanging fruit there would be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I expect them to be a little bit healthier. We know no Chris Godwin, but at the same time, you will have, assuming Mike Evans and Leonard Fournette are back in the fold, those guys are going to be a very difficult out. And when you look in the AFC, I don't think we can rule out the form of the Tennessee Titans with a healthy Derrick Henry if he's able to get back in the mix. The Indianapolis Colts, who we just talked about, who can run the football and play in all sorts of weather conditions, or Buffalo. So to be quite honest, I think Kansas City probably a more straightforward path as far as the AFC is concerned than what you're seeing in the NFC, because right now, despite what the odds suggest, I'd rather be holding a ticket on Tampa or Dallas over the Green Bay Packers, given some of Green Bay's struggles defensively and what we've seen in regards to their special teams issues.
Before you go, Jim mentioned the Chiefs, and, a lot of people are talking about, boy, the Bengals, that's a team you don't want to catch in the postseason. Joe Burrow's hot. They're hosting the Chiefs, and they're still catching 5. That's a pretty big road number there.
And it's a game, actually, it's been bet up by professionals from where it opened. I do think if it gets to 6, you're going to see a little different school of thought and some resistance on the Bengals as a home underdog, knowing that they have a potent offense that'll probably put more pressure on the Chiefs than what they've seen in recent weeks. But at the same time, Cincinnati defensively didn't really do anything last week to blow me away, even against Josh Johnson and the Baltimore Ravens. This is a team without Logan Wilson and its linebacking core that struggled to slow down tight ends, and you'll have a fresher Travis Kelce, who sat out last week. The emergence of Byron Pringle as far as a potential third option for this Chiefs offense, a little bit scary. And even without Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who's week to week, for me, this would be favorite or pass. I just think this Chiefs team is now starting to click on all cylinders and averaging more than 38 points per game over their last 3 contests.
All right, he is Todd Furman. Go follow him on Twitter at Todd Furman, Outkick, and also bettheboardpodcast.com. Furman, thank you so much for the time. Always great talking with you.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Enjoy Dallas. Stay safe and have fun with the games this weekend.
We'll do it. You too, man. Take care. Furman with us on the Pepsi Hotline, the former odds maker there at Caesars Palace.
And all of our show is being brought to you today by our friends at Mortgage Right. No matter where you are, even in Dallas, Texas, they've got offices for you. For Mortgage Right, they can hook you up with a new refinance in 2022.
Basically, coast to coast, they can help you out. MortgageRight.com/TNR is the place to get started. You want to talk about that cash out refinance so you can put some money in your pocket, college tuition, home improvements, a one-way ticket somewhere great, or maybe you'll come home, 2-way ticket. MortgageRight.com/TNR to start a cash out refinance. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, Lunsford, before we do 3 and out here, what is a Discord? You've just launched the first ever TNR Discord. You can easy link in the Farmfolio chat room for those that want to join the Discord. Explain it to those who may be wondering what a Discord is.
All right, so long story short, it's basically a chat room that, we have the Farmfolio chat room, and people like to keep the conversation going 24/7, so you can do that if you want to now.
All right, so when the show's over with, usually the Farmfolio chat room dies with the stream, right?
Yep.
So now you've created a Discord that if they're watching, say, the Clemson game this afternoon, they can comment in the TNR Discord.
That's right.
All right. Just want to make sure that Brown understood what a Discord was here on the show.
I'll get y'all set up when we get back.
All right, here we go. Three and out time. It's brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
You got your paper ticket printed too? Vulcan Tire and Automotive. I use them. I trust my vehicles for my family with them. You can as well. 3 and out presented by Vulcan Tire and Auto. As the kids head back off to school or to college, make sure they're safe on the road. Take their vehicle by any of the 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto and get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
TJ Finley, number of starts next year, over under 5.5 for Auburn.
Under. I think you got to move on. You're to the point you got to move on from TJ Finley. They've got to find another option. I would go under the 5.5 starts.
So do you think he is on the team next year? You think he's a QB2 all year again?
I think he'll be on the team. I think he's probably your QB2, your emergency. You if you're Auburn, you hope you don't see him on the field.
I have got a weird feeling that he is going to start more games than that.
Do you think he's?
That's not good. I'm going to say.
So that's bad. You don't think he's like going to get better magically. You just think.
Well,
they're in a situation they're going to have to start him or something.
Yeah, I'm going to say over 5.5 until news breaks. I think TJ Finley's your quarterback, and maybe Brian Harsin says something or does something differently by the time we're even done with the show today. But no plan B. Got to get better. Plan A. That was what he kept going to yesterday in the news conference. So I'll take over 5.5 and see if they can get better around TJ Finley. And not what I would do, but we'll see what their options are. Let's do second down.
Second down.
Most likely to return to the college football playoffs next year of the teams playing today: Clemson, Oklahoma, or Oregon. To return to the college football playoffs. Next one to do it.
I guess I'll go Clemson, Dunaway. That Dabo Swinney has done this before. He knows how to do it again, and he is, of all those, in the easiest path based on conference. So I think I'll go Dabo Swinney and Clemson. I've still got faith in them.
I would assume that DJ Uiagalelei will be the quarterback all next year, right? I mean, now he's got a whole year of experience. Surely that helps him a little bit.
You think there are some Clemson fans that are having conversations similar to what we've had about TJ Finley, though?
Maybe. And surprise, we're still sitting here now 2 days away from the college football semifinals. I'm still surprised that DJ Uiagalelei and that offense looked the way it looked all throughout the year.
Oh, I am too. It's one of the biggest surprises of the year. I mean, I don't want to pick on Lance with him being out today, but he thought he was going to win the Heisman.
All right, let's do third down.
Third down.
Of the 4 college football playoff teams, the next coach to leave their program, either through retirement, taking another job, or getting fired. So you have Saban, Fickell, Smart, and Harbaugh. Next one to leave.
I'm going to roll the dice and say Harbaugh takes an NFL job.
That would be my answer too.
Yeah. You think about Luke Fickell. Think about how many really good jobs open and closed without him getting one. Obviously, he was in the playoffs, so it would have been super tricky for him to take any of those jobs. But my point there is, with what he's got at Cincinnati, he'll get a raise. I don't think it's as much as you think it is. They'll be in the Big 12. He's going to have a really good gig. It's going to take a really good job to get him out of there. And there were a bunch of those type jobs that just went off the board this year, and they all reset.
I think they will double his salary.
So I think that gets him to about 6.
Yeah. I think they will double his salary, maybe even more. And I really believe this. I said this at dinner last night. I think when you look at the new Big 12 when we get there, the sexiest, hottest teams in the Big 12 will be Cincinnati, UCF, and maybe Houston, even though I don't really care for the way their coach acted yesterday. And BYU, throw BYU in there, but those 3 right there, Houston, UCF, and Cincinnati, just by their performance, where they can go with their programs, I sit back and look, that program was dead. That conference was dead when Texas and Oklahoma announced they were leaving. Adding those 3 teams now, those are going to be the 3 teams. I think that if I'm Oklahoma State and I'm Baylor and I'm the old guard of the Big 12, I am worried about the new guys coming in dominating our conference now. That's my concern. So I don't think Luke Fickell's going anywhere. And I think my answer is Harbaugh too, back to the NFL. And again, maybe it wouldn't surprise me if it happened this year.
Oh, it wouldn't blow me away. No, I mean, you got to look at what jobs are going to come open. That Raiders job is such an interesting job because it's not like Gruden got fired because they stunk. I mean, they're a team that's could be in the playoffs, and they're going to be looking for a new job unless they keep Bisaccia. I mean, if he takes them to the playoffs, they may just keep him.
That Bears job is about to open. And that seems.
Well, I mean, people would say you pair Ryan Day back up with Justin Fields. Some would say that.
Ryan Day left at this point for Ohio State.
To go to the Bears?
Fun show for us.
Yeah.
And is there a chance that the Colts job could open up?
I don't know. I think they like Frank Reich.
Yeah, I know they did. It was a slow start, but he's turning this thing around.
They're 9-6, but hey, that Carson Wentz deal, that is massive. I mean, they cannot afford a loss at 9-6. That's tricky.
Fourth down. Let's do it.
Fourth down.
John Madden passed away. John Madden, more impact as a coach or a broadcaster?
I think as a broadcaster. I mean, he was a phenomenal football coach, won a Super Bowl, but I think he changed the game in broadcasting. And you think about the NFL, the video game, the EA Sports video game that's built around his name and image, that was massive for the NFL and promotion for their product. I think he was the preeminent analyst of my generation growing up. I mean, if Pat Summerall and John Madden were on the game, it was the most important game on TV.
11 Super Bowls he did. He did 11 Super Bowls.
And he was so good at it. And he matched the entertainment and the knowledge at the same time. I mean, he and Summerall, again, I hated the NFC growing up, but you watched it because of Madden and Summerall. They were so good at it.
And that conference was so good back then. The Cowboys and the
So I
Niners
hated
were
them.
going at it. All right, that's our 3 and Out today, brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tire. When we come back, we'll get some Q&A, some questions from you in the Farmfolio chat room, also on Twitter at Next Round Live. All that as we continue live from Dallas, Texas. Cotton Bowl Countdown continuing on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the #1 priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration. 205-637-0143.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Find your next set of Michelin tires at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
What's new at Beef O'Brady's this holiday season? A new location. Beef O'Brady's just opened a new location at Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. A great happy hour, food specials every Monday through Thursday, and great food and sports all week long. Open 7 days a week with more than 22 televisions and a Sunday ticket. It is your place to unwind, relax, and watch your favorite team play. Beef O'Brady's in Hoover, Helena, and now in Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's. Good food, good sports.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
All right, back with you on the Next Round from Dallas today. Lunsford, everybody on Twitter is wanting the Discord link over there as well. You will drop that.
I'll get it to everybody who needs it.
Lunsford did not know he created such a beast there, did he?
There we go. So
Jimmy's got a new toy, Lunsford.
Well, I
know. I never should.
You don't even know what you got.
I don't have the access to get in. He's going to set me up.
Are you excited?
Will I need to read comments from Discord during the show? Is that another? I mean, I'm already on Twitter and in our video chat rooms. Is that another screen I need to pull up to read from?
Possibly, but I'll make it easy for you.
Okay, you'll feed it into the other stream? Is that possible?
You know what? I'm the tech guy here. I can make it happen.
Okay.
That's right.
All right.
I got faith in him.
Lunsford, thank you. All right, we're about to get some questions from the Farmfolio chat room, the old school one that's been around for 6 months.
You old
now.
farts.
Yeah, 4 months, however long we've been on the air. It is brought to you today by our friends at Michelson. We'll look directly, clearly into the Farmfolio chat room after you tell us about how Michelson can change our vision forever.
Yeah, they did it for LT, and they can do it for you. Listen, that may be a great New Year's resolution. You want to make sure you get that LASIK and get the vision the best it could be. They'll let you know if it's right for you. That's what Dr. Jennifer Michelson and Dr. Mark Michelson will do. They'll do the evaluation. It might not be right for you. For so many, it has, and it's changed the lives of so many of our listeners and viewers. 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com. 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
All right, Jeff writes in over under Georgia or Michigan. Which way are you going on that one? Over under Georgia, Michigan.
I think I would take the under. I guess he's talking about on the point total.
Yeah.
I just think it's going to be, again, Kirby Smart. There are times where they could throw the ball if they wanted to. I still think he's a little bit old school in his approach. He prefers to run the football, control the clock, control the time of possession, and play to his defense. And that's what Michigan is going to do. It's what they do in every game. So I think this game will get shortened and be very low scoring. I take the under.
Brett says, I've always wondered how much a big dog weighs.
Jim,
what makes it a little dog? What makes it a big dog?
I would say over 50.
50 makes it a big. That's pretty. What about over 30? What about 30?
I don't know.
What about a 30-pound dog?
Let's say 30-pound dog.
Lunsford, do you and Forrester have a thought? What makes a big dog? Is 30 pounds a big dog?
I mean, my dog is 28, and I would consider mine a very little dog. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, I would say 50
5
at
pounds.
least.
Yeah, I got a 5-pound dog.
Okay, Brett, we're going to officially call 55 is the cutoff. If it's over 55, it's a big dog. If it's under 55, it's average or small.
I would be curious as to why we're having that discussion.
Just what you get in Discord.
No, I know. I'm just wondering why they're doing that.
We're just having a little discord over here.
All right.
Goose, going back to yesterday and trending programs, you talked on the score. Does last night's performance by Mississippi State change your opinion on their trend like
No.
Auburn's loss solidifies?
It does not. Now, look, and again, I'm going to be consistent here. The bowl game had no impact on which way Auburn was trending for me. I don't put that much into bowl games. State, that one game doesn't erase, some of the good stuff they did or change any of the bad stuff they did in the season. That's what I base it on. I thought they were trending in a pretty, an okay direction heading into that bowl game.
Will Rogers is back next year at quarterback at Mississippi State, so I think that gives them an advantage over Auburn right now.
Yeah,
because Auburn doesn't know who their quarterback's going to be. When I see who Auburn's quarterback's going to be next year, I may have Auburn ahead of Mississippi State.
So that doesn't really impact me. No.
Bob says, does the layoff hurt defense's conditioning? I would say yeah, to a little bit. I mean, the quote unquote game shape is what you get into because you play on a regular basis. There's a routine to the season, and I think being off a little bit right here can hurt your conditioning a bit. Now we'll be indoors here for Alabama, Cincinnati. What would be interesting down at Georgia, Michigan, is if it's a hot, humid night like we saw a little bit. I think it was the Oklahoma Alabama game. I think it was a hot, humid day, and that I think that could really impact you coming off of a 3-week layoff.
Save that question. Coming up in our video show a little bit later on, around 5 o'clock or so, Corey Reamer, former Alabama linebacker, is going to join us, and you can ask him that very question. He's been through this.
Okay, Lunsford, I don't know how to save questions, but I'll mentally save it. How about that?
I think that's what I meant.
Smuff says he's been watching and listening all day, but he's been taking down his Christmas stuff. Smuff, we need to send you by our studio. Take some of that stuff down. Lunsford, right now in the studio.
Oh, I guarantee it's all up.
Is it all still up, or have we taken down trees yet?
It's all up.
Okay.
It's all up.
There we go.
Yeah.
I
didn't need Lunsford's help there. I could have told you nothing's been touched there.
It's right in the middle of our launching this question segment.
Right.
Lunsford started Discord, so now all the comments quickly turned to Discord.
Are people excited?
Yeah. People wanted to know what games Lunsford toured the world as. What game did you play back in the day, Lunsford, that made you a world-class gamer and took you to places like China?
There's a whole list of games I could get into it, but people don't want to hear that.
Ooh.
Just give me the name of one game. Was it Madden that took you to China? No. So tell me the name.
I'm actually really bad at Madden. No, it started with Halo 2, went to Gears of War, then it switched to a few different games after that I branched out into.
Dave wants to know, do you think Matt Rule is the coach of the Carolina Panthers next year, or does he come back to college? Too late to come back to college.
It's too late. I don't know what college job you would take unless a Jim Harbaugh jumps to the NFL or something like that. Now, if you got a guy that jumps to the NFL and leaves open a good program, then yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, a guy like if James Franklin, that'd be automatic for Matt Rule.
Well, it would be. I mean, he was rumored, for that job, or rumored to be waiting that job out. Even back when he was the Temple coach, and Bill O'Brien was there, I guess, at the time before Franklin was there, maybe.
Yeah. Back to our Madden question. Tim writes in, my buddy Tim Armstrong. Madden only was a head coach for 10 years, did win a Super Bowl, had one of the highest percentages of coaches with 100-plus games, but he is the godfather of the telestrator. So much more of an impact on broadcasting.
I agree completely. He was the first guy that I can remember doing that telestrator the way he did. The all Madden team. It was just Fox, CBS, Turducken, CBS just built it, and then Fox did too. Just built it around John Madden.
Who is doing Lance's lock today with Lance out? I'm going to text Jeremy Purvis of Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing and let him make the pick today.
Really?
Yeah.
So it'll be Jeremy's.
It'll be an Iron Mountain lock of the day is what it'll be.
Okay.
Rockstar, can you give me an open on that one before we do it? Goose says, are there plans? Are there plans you can share for the off season for us coming up on the show. Any plans for the off season?
None I can share.
I.e., we're going to have Rock Stars Lounge coming back.
Well, of course. It's a little trickier.
Yeah.
We're working through some things on that.
He will sing every song in Japanese.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
I would not know the difference.
If he sings it good, it doesn't matter what
Right,
language
that's right.
he was
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, it moves you either way, right?
That's right. I mean, you could go to a great opera and watch an Italian opera.
You could.
And tell the story if it's acted and sang well.
Yep.
All right, that's our first ever Farmfolio chat room Q&A right there. That's just happened there. Lunsford, do you have Rockstar's man standing by? Adam Mestre, can you tell? Mestre sent us some food recs, by the way.
Oh, did he?
on
I missed
Twitter.
that.
Yeah, I'll read those while you grab the copy there to tell us about Rockstar's guy. Let me see if I can find Mestre's tweet from earlier. Dun, 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 dun. I thought I liked it. Saved it over here. Adam Mestre. Boy, I saved too much stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
I
you're
like too
finding
much
that. Adam
stuff.
Mestre at MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Think of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing homes. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation, 205-422-0589, or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
All right, Adam Mestre, man, we appreciate you so much. I'm going to butcher all these names. Petty Colas.
Okay.
You ever heard of that?
Uh-uh.
Let's see. It is honest, friendly, down-to-earth brewers, delivery of world-class passion in a glass.
Which is why I would not have heard of it.
Yeah, little brewery there.
Yeah.
Another one is a Manhattan Project. Oh, I like that name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So there's a couple of breweries.
Some beer.
All right, for dining, he says Javier's.
Yep. Javier's is a famous place out here. Yep.
Tacos Guaymas Dallas.
You just butchered that.
Taco Yimas.
E. It's like and. It's Spanish for and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tacos and more is what that is in Spanish. Ooh, I like tacos. Could be a good day for tacos today, and a lot more, he says. So we'll check some of that out. We appreciate Adam Mestre with the food recs there. When we come back, Lunsford has today's fact or fiction. 6, maybe even 7 facts or fiction statements from Lunsford. It's next on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The next round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoff. Thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Hemp Hill Services, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day plus specialty shows every night. The college football playoffs on the next round.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
We've told you about the excellent service you get from Excalibur Services for residential heating, cooling, and electrical problems. Now, you can also depend on Excalibur for all your plumbing needs. Excalibur will perform plumbing services in the same excellent manner as our heating, cooling, and electrical services. Highly trained plumbers now teaming up with highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts. At Excalibur, we have you covered. 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round. Cowan Equipment brings us our poll questions every day. I'll update you on a couple of polls from yesterday after Brownie tells us about the great folks at Cowan.
If you're having a hard time finding the new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Cowan.com/featured used equipment or call Cowan at 800-239-COWAN for more information.
All right. Yesterday, we asked a lot of questions about the college football playoffs and bowl games and things like that. We also asked questions like, did you ever read a text message of someone who is flying beside you? Right?
Right.
You're flying at night. The passenger next to you is texting. Have you ever read their screen? 69.9%, virtually 70% of the people said, yes, I have. So,
I think Lunsford weighed in and said he has done it, if I'm not mistaken. Did I misread your tweet on that, Lunsford?
So I do it, but here's the thing I like doing. I say I like, it's probably illegal, but
wow.
I like looking over like a row over in front. So I always get an out seat. I'm a big guy. I like getting the out seat. There's always people working on like presentations and stuff, and you look over there and see like who do they work for, what is their job, and try to see what is some new business idea you're going to see the breaking news for before it ever happens. And I can see some presentation, somebody struggling to work on it, going to a meeting or a conference or something like that. It's always just fascinating to see the presentations people work on and the businesses they work for.
Wow, that's interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
The other one is the better NFL career. Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, or Dotson of Penn State all had checked out of their bowl game. 55% of you think it is Chris Olave. Those are our Cowan Equipment poll questions. Jeremy Purvis has our lock. We'll give that to you in our final segment. But right now, it is time for Fact or Fiction. Fact or Fiction.
I'm glad you did that, so I didn't have to. All right.
I mean, that was that gave me chills.
Fact or fiction? The SEC will still end up with a winning record in bowl season.
That, my friend, is going to be. How many more games are left?
Well, they've played four and lost one to COVID cancellation with A&M, right? So that's 5. So there are 8 left.
So they're 0-4-1. It doesn't count as a loss.
I'll say it's fiction.
I think it's fiction as well. I think they lose 2 more at least and can't get back on the winning side of this.
Okay.
You say it's fiction as well?
Yeah, I say it's fiction.
What
as
about
well.
you, Lunsford?
I'm going to say it's fact, just to go opposite of y'all, because you're going to get 2 in the playoffs. And then, obviously, you're going to split the championship if that happens. But I say that's going to get them there, and the rest will just get over the hump to make it fact. All right, fact or fiction. Jalen Hurts and Tua Tagovailoa for the Eagles and Dolphins right now will have more career playoff wins combined than Mac Jones.
That is fact. Oh, excuse me, fiction. Mac Jones will have more playoff wins than those 2 combined.
I don't like questions that involve Tua. I'll take 2 quarterbacks combined over one. No, I know. I'll take 2 over 1, so I'll take Tua. Tua and Jalen.
I don't know if Jalen ever gets one.
He's in the NFC East, which the Cowboys are a good team this year. So I guess I need to quit making that statement. But somebody from the East got to go every year.
As of right now, all 3 in the playoffs. All right, Auburn is a 4.5-point favorite tonight. Alabama a 3.5-point favorite tonight over LSU and Tennessee, respectively. They both cover. Fact or fiction?
I'm going to say that is absolute fact. Jeremy will have a lot coming up on the Alabama game, but I like Alabama tonight at home giving points, and I love Auburn giving that few points.
We haven't picked them both, right?
Yeah, I think Auburn wins by a lot tonight, double digits.
Yeah, I think I'll go fact on that. Both of them covering. I'll go with that.
I'm going to go fiction. Alabama loses tonight to Tennessee. all right. I'm an Alabama fan that just sees, the Memphis game, and that's the way they are the rest of the season for me as an Alabama fan. All right. Fact or fiction. Oregon and Oklahoma tonight score more total points than Alabama and Cincinnati do in Dallas.
That, my friend, is going to be...
I'll go fact on that one. So you're basically saying that's a higher scoring game than Bama-Cincinnati?
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm going to say fiction. I think
fact.
I think tonight you'll have a lot of discombobulation in the Oregon and Oklahoma game. I think that it ends up being 24-21, 45 points. Alabama and Cincinnati will go over 45.
I think Bob Stoops, man, he just wants to throw it all over the park. He doesn't care. What's he got to lose? He'll go for every 4th down.
I think the over-under Oregon Oklahoma is like 63.5, and Alabama Cincinnati is like 57.5. All right, fact or fiction? John Parker Wilson, the second all-time passer for Alabama with just over 7,900 yards. Bryce Young will not pass him. Fact or fiction?
So Dunaway years ago was involved in the statement. I never can remember who's got which side. Was Stan White being the all-time leading passer when you die?
I've got Stan not being the all-time leading passer.
Yep. And Bo Nix was well on his way to breaking that record and decided to transfer.
Yep.
So you're about to wade into another one here. It's not a stake bet.
Bryce is only going to play one more year.
That is correct.
So I didn't say AJ because he played so many years.
Yeah.
I will say he doesn't do it.
Give me the numbers again, Lunsford.
He's currently at 4,478. John Parker Wilson has 7,924.
I say he does.
So he'd have to get about 3,500 to beat him.
Yeah, I'd say do that.
All right. One more?
One more. Fact or fiction? Sean Payton's birthday is today. The coach that could beat Dunaway's team but could not beat Browns. Fact or fiction? The movie about him with Kevin James is going to be the worst sports movie of all time.
I for some reason watched the trailer, and sometimes you watch the trailer and you think, well, at least there are some funny moments.
Right.
I didn't think that one time in the trailer.
Awful.
I don't think about Kevin James. I learned earlier.
That's
I don't
right.
think about Kevin James anymore. It looks like a horrible movie. I don't think I'll watch it, so I'll never know.
This is not the one to bring him back into the mainstream.
No, you're absolutely right about that.
Oh, good job, Lunsford. That's Lunsford's facts or fiction today.
Yes.
Facts or fiction.
Yikes.
So awkward.
When we come back, the lock of the day from Jeremy Purvis, and we'll update you on programming later on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
The holidays are here, and so is the chance to put some extra money in your pocket by getting a cash-out refinance with Mortgage Right. Whether it's college tuition, home improvement, or a one-way ticket to the North Pole, the refinance experts at Mortgage Right can help you use your home equity to get cash fast. They are committed to bringing you an easier and faster cash-out refinance experience. So visit mortgageright.com/TNR to cash out before the holidays end. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Life never stops moving. Between the 30-minute commutes, daycare pickups, and that weekend trip to Grandma's, you're racking up the miles. What you need is a tire that can keep up, like the exceptionally long-lasting Michelin Defender tire. With an 80,000-mile warranty and the safety you expect, you can lose track of the miles and focus on what really matters, the memories made along the way. Stop in today. Vehicle safety you can depend on. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit vulcantireandauto.com.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans, we're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing. Santa is coming soon, and you want him to be safe when he lands on your roof. That's why you should make sure your new roof comes from Cardinal Roofing. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Happy holidays to all from Cardinal Roofing.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
The Next Round and Academy Sports and Outdoors are teaming up to give away shopping sprees to families of those in the military who were killed or disabled in the line of duty. Folds of Honor is a charity organization that gives scholarships to the children of those heroic men and women. To donate, go to foldsofhonor.org.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round as we get ready to roll tonight with some college basketball, and that is where we're going on the lock of the day. Jeremy Purvis is the owner of IronMountainWorld.com. IronMountainWorld.com. He's got one of the best plumbing companies in America, Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, and also Iron Mountain Construction, which can help you on the construction site and help you with plumbers and pipe fitters and millwrights and iron workers and laborers or operators. Call his office and talk to Jeremy for Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170, or for Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, you call this number. The number is 205-516-4927, 516-4927, or find everything under one place, ironmountainworld.com, and he does give you free quotes, and he is licensed, bonded, and insured as well, ironmountainworld.com. Jeremy's play tonight. He says take Alabama in basketball against his beloved Tennessee Volunteers, and he says give up the 4 points.
He's playing mental games with you here.
Playing mental games with us. So
what he's doing.
That's the lock of the day from the actual owner who brings you the lock, Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Just drain it. Take Alabama tonight. I agree with him. I like Alabama in that contest there. All right, so later today, Cotton Bowl special programming coming up at 5 o'clock. Corey Reamer will be part of that show. Corey Reamer and others will join us between 5 and 7 tonight. So we look forward to that. Make sure you join us on all the platforms. We'll have an extended conversation with Corey Reamer and others tonight and tomorrow before we head over for the game coming up on Friday. And don't forget Friday's live show. We're normal tomorrow, but on Friday, we're back in the morning drive with Kate and Allie.
Kate and
Morning
what are you
drive.
talking about?
Morning drive on Friday. We'll be back 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. before the bowl games start on semifinal Friday. That's our show today. Thanks to all of our great sponsors and to all of you amazing listeners and viewers for being with us today on the Next Round, part of Double Down Media. And thank you especially to Forrester and Lunsford, who are back there holding everything down with both hands. We appreciate you guys so much. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.